Section 24 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen, Antwerp. Dupree, the scryer, did not stay long in Brussels. In a short time he had spent in lavish living the greater part of the spoils he had gathered from the Nassau mansion, and, his restless spirit tiring of the Brabant capital, he began wandering through the troubled land, attaching himself, where possible, to Brederode and his party of beggars, who were making a noisy progress over the country. He was at the great meeting the members of the Confederacy held at St. Trond, and joined in the noisy demonstrations and riotous feasting that the beggars always indulged in, and which made them but a poor reed for liberty to lean on. He went with Brederode and Dillenburg to Duffel, where they met Orange and Egmont, who came on behalf of the regent to urge the Confederates to preserve the peace of the country instead of disturbing it, as they did by their riots and armed assemblies. To which request Brederode replied very briefly that they were there to protect the poor people who wished to worship in the fields, and that until a satisfactory answer to the petition was brought back by the two envoys, Bergen and Montigny, they would neither disarm nor disperse. This answer was embodied in a paper which Louis of Nassau and 12 other young nobles carried to Brussels and put before the regent herself. Their boldness and plain speaking inflamed Margaret to fury. She retorted by a cold and ambiguous rebuke, and Louis, going further in his audacity, replied that the Confederacy were not without friends, either at home or abroad, and that if the Duchess still refused to convoke the States General, as she had often implored to do, and if, as many imagined, a Spanish invasion was preparing, they, the beggars, would know what to do. Soon after, the gathering at St. Trond broke up, and Brederode went to Antwerp, then perhaps the most troublous spot in the Netherlands. Dupree accompanied the train of landlopers, gentlemen, refugee reformers, and ruined merchants who followed Brederode, and made his living by selling charms, telling fortunes, and reading the portents the fearful saw nightly in the sky. Meghem and Aremberg, the two chief cardinalists, were already in the city, and when Brederode arrived, the situation became almost impossible. There were riots daily, and a civil war between Papists, Calvinists, Lutherans, and Anabaptists was considered as inevitable. Brederode fanned the zeal of the reformers into fury, while Aremberg and Meghem supported the loyal or Spanish party. The Senate, the Council, and the Corporation implored the presence of the Prince of Orange, who was begrave at the city, and being further urged by the regent, he took up the impossible task of pacification, and arrived in the city in the midst of a tumultuous scene of welcome. Brederode and his beggars meeting him beyond the walls with deafening shouts and hurrahs. William had not placed himself on the side of the people, and he was acting for the government, but there was a general confidence in him as the one man likely or able to bring about concord and an understanding between the king and his subjects. In Antwerp he at once devoted himself to the task of restoring order, and spent laborious days and nights consulting with the Senate, the Council of Ancients, and even the trade guilds and the chambers of rhetoric, in inducing Brederode to keep quiet, and in reasoning with Meghem and Aremberg to suspend their bitterness against the reformers. He had succeeded in establishing some measure of tranquillity, though no one was better aware than himself that his tranquillity could not long be maintained, when he received a summons from the regent to attend a meeting of the Knights of the Golden Fleece. He represented to Margaret the dangerous situation within the city, and that probably tumultus would follow his departure, but she insisted on his presence in Brussels, and he accordingly prepared to leave Antwerp. For a day or so all was quiet, but the 18th of August was approaching, and that date was the feast of the Ommegang, when the sacred image of the Virgin was taken from her place in the cathedral and carried in triumphant procession through the streets, and the city senate, wards and guilds, as those responsible for the safety of the city, as well as of the Burgrave, looked forward with dread to this event, which was sure to raise the passions of the reformers to the bitterest pitch. Others, such as many of the beggars and such like adventurers who remained in the city, looked forward with pleasure to a riot in which there would be a chance to break a few heads and perhaps snatch a little plunder in the fray. Among these was Dupree. Nothing delighted him so much as disorder and confusion. In troubled waters he was always able to swim to the surface. In calm seas he generally sank. And to this selfish and mischievous desire for riot and storm was joined some sincere loathing of the Papists, and some sincere sympathy with the persecuted reformers. Dupree was no theologian, and could not have argued on either side of the religious question, but during his stay in the Netherlands he had seen some executions, the horrors of which made his hair rise and his blood run cold to think of, and which had sent him for ever into the ranks of Philip's enemies. On the morning of the 18th, Dupree was early in the streets, and had early taken up his position near the cathedral. The temper of the people was silent and dangerous, but the sacred image was suffered to make her procession in peace, assailed only by a few coarse jibes and few cries of "Long live the beggars," and the day ended without a tumult, to the great vexation of Dupree. That evening the prince left Antwerp. The next morning it was discovered that the image, instead of being stood as was usual in the center of the church, had been placed behind iron railings in the choir. This soon brought together an excited and contemptuous crowd, who passed in and out of the great church all day, scoffing at the images and the altars. Towards evening, a Papist sailor, who indignantly protested against this irreverent behavior, provoked a scuffle in which blows were exchanged and swords drawn. The priests and custodians of the church managed, however, to clear the buildings of the rioters and to close the cathedral at the usual hour. Dupree, who had stationed himself in the porch all day to exchange pleasantries with those of his acquaintances who came and went, had to return home without having seen the riots he had anticipated. But as he made his way through the crowded street he met one of Brederode's followers, a member of the rhetoric chambers of the Merry Gold, who told him that the Senate was in consultation with the Margrave of Antwerp, that they were issuing a notice calling on the citizens to preserve law and order, and that an express had been sent to Brussels to implore the Prince of Orange to return. So it seemed as if those in authority feared worse than the riot which Dupree had been so disappointed in not beholding. While he was eating his supper in one of the small sailors' inns on the quay of the Scheldt, he heard that the Senate was proposing to call to arms the city companies. The next morning, the second after the feast of the Ommegang, Dupree rose in the early midsummer's dawn and proceeded to the cathedral, which seemed to be the centre about which all the deep passions of Antwerp gathered. As he had protected himself in Brussels by wearing Egmont's famous livery, so now he donned the popular costume of the beggars. A plain suit of grey camlet, a mendicant's hat, a wallet, and a bowl at his waist, and one of the beggar medals hung around his neck. Early as it was when he reached the cathedral square, there were many already abroad. Indeed, some had not been to bed at all. Artisans, apprentices, tradesmen, clerks, gentlemen, peasantry, women, girls, and boys stood about in groups, talking earnestly. They all seemed emboldened by the fact that the Senate had, after all, done nothing. No proclamation had been issued, no companies called to arms, and the cathedral was open as usual. Dupree, wandering about the square from one knot of people to the other, was suddenly moved to glance up at the great church. Dupree, wandering about the square from one knot of people to the other, was suddenly moved to glance up at the great church. He had often thought how seldom men lift their eyes from the level of their fellows. Whenever he did so himself, he was conscious, as now, of a certain shock. The sky was not yet wholly filled with the sun. The dark purple hue of the August night still lingered in the west, and the church was in the shadow save for the exquisite spire which soared up erect into the upper air and the light and into the sunbeams now passing over the roofs of the surrounding houses. The beautiful tower, rising so high above the city, as delicate as a flower and as strong as iron, was a noble object that symbolized the loftiest feeling of which, perhaps, man is capable, the spiritual desire to reach up, to escape the earth. Dupree, always alive to the grand and the lovely, was moved by the sight of the marvelous spire, so high above all this passion and turmoil, fury and bitterness, which beat and lashed below it. He felt a desire to enter the building, though Romish churches were usually hateful to him, and he considered them dangerous also for one of his party. Today, however, he was emboldened by the general fearlessness of the crowd, and by the number of reformers or heretics abroad. So he went up to the great bronze doors. Before them sat an old woman selling candles, tapers, and little trivial pictures and images. Today a little group was gathered around her, threatening that her trade was nearly at an end, and hurling at her pungent jibes, to which she replied by fierce and voluble abuse. Dupree slipped by these, lifted the heavy curtain which hung before the inner door, and stepped into the church. At first the immense size, the immense height bewildered him. He and the others there seemed like dwarfs lost in an immense twilight forest, a forest strewn with jewels instead of flowers, and lit with priceless lamps of gold and silver instead of by sun and stars and moon. It was indeed the richest church in the Netherlands, and one of the most sumptuous in Christendom. Over 4 centuries of lavish labor, of infinite care, of prodigal expenditure had gone to the adornment of the building. The entire art expression of a nation had gone to the decoration. All the finest inspirations of the best artists, all the most painful and wonderful work of the best craftsmen were contained within these lofty halls, and all was sanctioned and hallowed by unending prayers and devotions, unending tears and penitence, unending humiliations before God. Like a closed box of precious jewels, the magnificent church, containing the utmost of man's efforts towards beauty and splendor, lay humbly before the feet of the Lord. The mystical aspect of this material splendor touched and moved Dupree. He stood inside the door, looking down the vistas of the 5 aisles, which were all enveloped in a wine-colored dusk, broken here and there by vivid burning beams of light, as the sun struck the fiery windows where the glass blazed orange, purple, violet, and azure, with the uttermost strength of which color is capable, and which seemed to melt into infinite gray-green distance behind the altar. In between the pillars of the naves were gorgeous tombs on which ladies and cavaliers, in alabaster, marble, brass, and painted wood, lay with humble hands pointing upwards, while the glow from the windows fell on the silk and brocaded banners which hung above them. The walls were lined with chapels and altars, each sparkling like a cluster of brilliant gems. Among them were conspicuous those of the 27 city guilds, whose banners and escutcheons were fastened above the entrance grills. The vista was closed by a large sculptured group of white marble which rose above the high altar. Against the soft mysterious shadows and flickering lights of the Lady Chapel, the colossal figures representing Christ and the 2 thieves on the cross showed with a luminous glow, half rose, half amber, which rendered the outline impalpable, and the hue like the soft substance of flesh. Behind was dimly visible the exquisite outline of the tabernacle or repository, the shrine for the mystical body of Christ, which rose on a single pillar in a series of beautiful arches and columns till lost in the deep warm shadows of the roof. Dupree moved slowly down the center aisle. The air was heavy with the drowsy perfumes of myrrh and spikenard, and misty with perpetual fumes of incense. The eternal lamps and the perfumed candles which burnt before shrines and altars gleamed on wrought gold, embossed silver, splendid paintings, silk tapestries, beaten bronze, carved wood, and all the marvelous details of the crooked stone of columns and roof and walls, which were rich with 1,000 forms of birds, beasts, flowers, and creations of pure fantasy. Dupree began to notice his fellow companions who were walking in 2s and 3s around the aisles. They were mostly of the poorer sort, and their behavior was rude and noisy. A considerable crowd was gathered in the choir, where the sacred images stared at them from behind her iron bars. A few priests hurried to and fro. They looked, Dupree thought, frightened. He wandered back to the main entrance and stared out. The sun was now blazing hot and dry on the dusty square, and Dupree started to see what an enormous number of people had collected. On the church porch a fight had begun around the ancient peddler whose goods had been flung on the ground, and who was defending herself with sticks and stones. Pistol shots were fired, sticks brandished, blood began to flow, and the temper of the people was rising fast with fury. Dupree quickly withdrew into the church again, and slipped into the first chapel inside the door, which was empty, and where he could observe unmolested. People began to throng into the cathedral. They surged to and fro, muttering together. The priests had all disappeared. Dupree was becoming stiff and tired. The marble step of the chapel altar was hard, the air becoming stifling hot with the increase of the sun without. But the squire seldom went unprovided against bodily needs. He drew from his wallet a substantial meal of bread and meat and fruit, and devoured it gravely, blinking up at the mosaic and paintings that lined the chapel. The crowd was meanwhile increasing. Their shouts and cries, their threatening looks, promised no peaceful dispersal this time. Dupree gently closed the gilt gates of the chapel on himself, and grinned through them at the swarming throngs. He wondered why the authorities made no effort to check the tumult, and even as he was scorning them for their cowardice, the great doors of the church were thrown open, and a pale, finely dressed gentleman entered, attended by 2 burgmasters and all the senators in their robes of office. Dupree knew this gentleman for Jan van Immerziel, Margrave of Antwerp, who had evidently come in person to endeavor to quell the riot. Peering through the gilt bars, Dupree watched him as he made his way, with dignity and calm, into the center of the church. Watched his gestures as he entreated the people to disperse. If it was the Prince of Orange now, smiled Dupree, but who will stir for him? The presence of the Margrave and the senator seemed, however, to have some effect. Many of the people left the church, the others became more tranquil. So the day wore on. Dupree, tired of the little chapel, but willing to see events to a finish, yawned and worried, and presently fell asleep on the red damask cloth which covered the altar steps. He was roused to the sound of the renewed tumult of a surging crowd refusing to leave, declaring they would wait for the vespers. The Margrave, speaking from the high altar, said there would be no vespers that night. The people then pointed out that the senators should quit first, leaving them to follow, and the magistrates, weary with their long vigil, departed, closing after them all the doors save one. Dupree now crept out of his hiding and stretched his stiff limbs. He noticed the Margrave was still there, standing by the high altar, a small brilliant figure beneath the colossal marble ones of Christ and the thieves. He held his cap with a heron's feather in his ungloved hand, and kept his eyes on the crowd. Though the magistrates had some while since left the building, no one followed them, but a considerable number began to stream in steadily through the one door left open for the egress. The Margrave, seeing this, sprang quickly onto the altar steps, and raising his voice commanded, and then besought the people to disperse. No sooner was his voice heard than a party of men, as if in answer to a given signal, rushed on him, and drove him and his attendants towards the door. There was a brief struggle. Dupree saw the nobleman's sword wrenched from his hand, and sent whirling and glittering into dusky air, and then he was forced into the street. Now, with one accord, the people ran to all the doors, slipped back the bolts, and opened them. Those waiting without at once thronged into the church with the force and swiftness of the sea across a broken dike. Dupree, driven before this restless throng of humanity, darted into the choir, and clung to the back of the altar. All Antwerp seemed within the church, and now there was no one to restrain or threaten, to implore or coerce. The squire shivered a little. Through the open doors of the sacristy he had glimpsed of frightened priests and treasurers with gold and jewels in their hands. Then they cast down the precious objects and fled. Dupree's blood warmed at the sight of the gold. His eyes glittered. Are they going to plunder the church? He asked himself, and he gazed round the unspeakable splendor of the building with lustful eyes. An ominous lull, a deadly silence reigned over the crowd. Then, with sudden fierceness, there rose the passionate rhythm of a Protestant psalm, breaking harshly on the air that still seemed full of the chantings of the priests and full of echoes of Latin prayers. The strong Flemish words, rising from lusty Flemish throats, sprang forth like a battle cry, and with a movement that was also like the movement of a battle, a number of men and women threw themselves on the iron cage containing the image of the Virgin. In an incredibly few minutes, the figure was dragged out, torn into shreds, and cast into the air and along the floor. A deep roar of triumph followed, and Dupree, who could scarcely believe his eyes, saw that they were beginning to destroy everything in the cathedral. A shiver shook him, a sense of dread and terror, as if he knew he was going to be a witness of something horrible. He cowered down behind the lofty marble group of the crucifixion which rose so high above the heaving, surging throng. The sound of blows began to mingle with the staves of psalms, and the shout of "Long live the beggars!" The crowd began to tear the tapestries from the walls, to drag down the pictures and slash them with knives, to knock over the images, and hurl the statues from the niches. Dupree drew his breath sharply. His head began to reel at the sight of this fury of desecration. Then a lust, a madness, an exultation crept into his veins. He sprang out from his hiding place, and drew the stout cudgel he kept at his belt. For once the reformers were in power. For once there was no creature of Philip's to protect Philip's God. The Romish Church, which had persecuted the heretics so unfalteringly, so bitterly, so persistently, had now no champion here to protect her temple. A woman whose red hair fell on a white neck and rough kerchief leapt up the altar steps, dashed open the golden doors of the sanctuary with her fists, dragged out the Eucharist, and flung it down to be trampled underfoot. A number of youths sprang to her side, and in a moment the altar was cleared of all the costly furniture. A great and extreme fury now seized the rioters. It was as if they would revenge on the Papist Church all the blood the Papists had shed, all the misery they had caused. There were 50,000 executions in the Netherlands to be remembered against the Romish Church. The magistrates came down once more to the cathedral, but on hearing this terrible, almost inhuman noise that issued from the building, they fled back to the town hall without attempting an entrance. It was now so dark in the church that the women took the lamps and candles from the altars and lit the men at their work. The beautiful columns supporting the repository was shattered under 100 blows. As arch on arch, pillar on pillar, crashed to the ground, they were pounded with mallets into 1,000 pieces. 70 chapels were utterly wrecked. There was not a picture nor a tapestry left in place. With incredible speed and incredible strength, stone, marble, bronze, brass, wood were hurled down, broken, hammered, defaced. The figures on the tombs were beaten out of all likeness to humanity. The banners were torn down and split to shreds. Knives and spears were driven into the mosaics and wall painting. Fragments of alabaster were hurled through the gorgeous glass window. The inspiration, the labor, the riches of 400 years were in a few hours destroyed. The incalculable wealth, the perfect flower of art, which had come to perfection and could never be again, the industry, the patience of entire lives, the offerings of generations, the worshipped treasures of thousands, all these were, in the space of a few hours, reduced to utter ruin, to broken fragments, and tattered rags by those who saw nothing in what they destroyed but the symbols of a monstrous tyranny, and the pageantry that disguised all cruelty and wickedness. The madness got into Dupree's blood. He struck right and left. He shouted, he sang, he scaled up the pillars to strike down the sculptures above them. He dashed into the chapels to tear out the relics and leap on them. He split the painted panels of altarpieces and dug out the inlay and mosaic on the walls. Then they broke into the treasury. Choice illuminated missals and corals, robes, staffs, and chalices were hurled right and left, the elaborate cupboards and beautiful chests being ruthlessly smashed. The wealth of the church was immense, the hoarded gatherings of centuries, and it seemed to Dupree, in his madness, as if he had at last found the philosopher's stone. Was not everything gold and precious stones? For as chest after chest was burst open, and the contents scattered on the floor, the rioters stood ankle-deep in riches. Crystal goblets, candlesticks, patterns, lamps, chains, reliquaries of fine gold, ewers, caskets, rings and staffs set with pearl, with sapphire, with ruby and emerald, vases and dishes of glowing enamel, statues and images in ivory and silver, rosaries and rare gems, lace vestures worth as much as gold, stoles, gloves, and staffs, all incomparable workmanship, and all sparkling with jewels, books with gold covers, censers of piercing gold, lamps of pure gold, candlesticks 6 foot high of gold, altar cloths worked in gold thread and silver thread, in magnificent silk embroidery, in woman's hair. All these were cast out and defaced, torn and broken, dashed against the walls, and spurned with the feet. But nothing was taken. Stronger passions than cupidity were governing men. The ragged Protestants, many of whom had not the price of a supper in their pockets, scorned to pilfer the priest's treasure. With one accord they left the desecrated splendor and dashed back to the church. Dupree would willingly have enriched himself, but dared not so much as take a single article. In the cathedral the last outrage was being offered to the Romanist faith. Round the high altar, now bare and broken, stood a circle of women, holding aloft the flaring, smoking, perfumed holy candles to light a group of men who, by means of ropes and axes, were dragging the great marble Christ from his position. St. John, the Maries, and St. Joseph had been already hurled to the ground, where they lay shattered on the marble pavement, and soon the colossal cross, shivered and swayed against the background of murky shadows, fell forward within the ropes, and pitched on to the altar steps. A dozen furious hammers soon dashed man and cross to pieces. There was now nothing left standing in the church but the 2 huge figures of the malefactors hanging on their crosses. Awful and ghostly they looked, with that blank space between them. Behind them, darkness stained with red candlelight. Around them, ruin. And above them, the mysterious dark loftiness of the mighty roof. With bitter irony, the heretics left the 2 thieves in their places. Then, having completely devastated and destroyed everything within the cathedral, they swept out into the summer darkness. The night was yet young, and there were 30 more churches in Antwerp, triumphantly singing a hymn of praise. They dashed to the nearest, from which the trembling priest had already fled. As Dupree left the church, overcome by irresistible temptation, he snatched up a gold vessel from the floor. Before he could conceal the treasure, a man near him saw it and smote it out of his hand, at the same time striking the squire a blow that made him stagger. "No thieves in this company," he shouted. "We are not thieves, but avengers." End of section 24.
Section 25 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen. The Prince Resigns. Ever since he had, on the fall of Cardinal Granvelle, risen to prominence in the governing of the Netherlands, William of Orange had endeavored to steer between party and party, to behave with moderation and temperance, to extend one hand to the Catholics and one to the Reformers and lead both to concord. He had never associated himself with the violent party of beggars, which Brederode had formed, and to which Count Louis and Saint Aldegonde belonged. At the same time he had resolutely refused to lend his civil authority to enforce religious persecution, and had protested again and again in council and in open letter against the establishment of the Inquisition and the overthrow of the ancient laws of the Netherlands. This steadfast and just attitude had given him a power during the troubles which followed the enforcement of the edicts of the Council of Trent, which not one of his colleagues possessed. The people had looked to him as a possible champion. The regent had thrust on him all the most arduous tasks, and all had regarded him as the only man able, if any man were able, to bring about a settlement between Philip and his subjects. And in this high, arduous, and delicate position, the prince labored sincerely, wisely, and earnestly, without thought of self-seeking, of disloyalty to the king or to the Netherlands. The Duchess, in her terror, her confusion, her powerlessness, leant on his strength almost entirely. He had gone to Antwerp after the image breaking, and restored such order there that service was held in the desecrated building the following Sunday. By his presence he had brought about tranquillity in his own provinces of Holland and Zeeland. He had drawn up the Accord of 24th August, by which the Duchess, terrified almost into flight by the mania of image breaking that had swept over the country, granted permission for free preaching on the part of the heretics, and it was he who had seen that she kept her promises when she tried to evade them. It was he who had influenced Brederode to some quietness, he who had counseled all men on all occasions to patience and moderation. In all these things he had acted more for Philip's interests, in a matter more calculated to save Philip's crown, than had any servant of the king, even Granville, beloved of the Escorial. But he had acted with open eyes, without hope of praise or reward, and knowing perfectly well that his energetic and honest services would go for nothing, and that by refusing implicit obedience in the matter of the Inquisition, he and the others who had acted with him were forever damned in the eyes of Philip. He knew too that the regent only used him, that she neither trusted nor confided in him. She went back on his actions, tied his hands in 100 ways, recalled one day the concession she had permitted him to offer the day before, made him the shield of her imperious weakness and her vacillating terror. He knew that she even wrote to Philip denouncing him as a traitor, and at heart a heretic whose design in all he did was self-aggrandizement. None the less, in all crises of trouble and confusion, she summoned him and relied on him, and the prince had served her, for in so doing he believed he served the Netherlands. It was still his dream to bring about some concord which would render the coming of Alva needless. But now the fact was brought home to him that he could no longer occupy an ambiguous position. Before him lay a letter from Margaret, containing a copy of the new oath for his signature, and her request that he take this oath without delay. William half smiled as he contemplated the 2 sheets of paper. It was such a childish, malicious, gratuitous trick on Philip's part, and yet it served so well to test every man in his service. And it put the astute prince, who had walked so long and so carefully between extremes, to the necessity of having to choose one way or another. For this new oath, which had arrived from Madrid instead of the long-promised king himself, instead of the definite news for which Margaret was so impatiently waiting, consisted of a pledge that he, who was in the services of his Majesty, was to hold himself bound to serve and obey the government in any case, against any person, without exception or restriction. The cardinalists had all taken this oath, and so, after some hesitation, had Egmont. And now it lay before William in his room, in his castle at Breda, where his household now was, and to which he had returned after a journey round the towns of his provinces. Closed now was the gorgeous mansion in Brussels, whose hospitality and magnificence had been one of the wonders of the capital. Over were those days of luxury and gaiety, feasting and thoughtlessness. The prince's household was now reduced to about 150 persons. He was more than ever in need of money, and his debts increased. But he had recently refused a present of money from the states of Holland as a thank offering for his efforts in establishing peace in that province. He did not wish anything he did to be laid open to the charge of personal interest. Rising and going to the window, with that impulse that always sends men to the light when in deep thought, he stood looking out on the gray March sky, the gray walls of the castle, and the bare trees. With the 2 papers, the formula of the oath, and the regent's letter, in his hand, he reviewed his positions. One point in his circumstances was salient beyond all others. his utter isolation. He had last seen the two nobles, Egmont and Horn, who were his rivals in greatness and prestige, and had been united to him by so warm a friendship, at Dillenburg, when he, exasperated by the regent's falseness, and particularly by her action in sending Eric of Brunswick with troops to the towns that were within the lordship of Orange, had urged Egmont to take a definite stand against the government. The stadtholder of Flanders had refused. He was finally and definitely pledged to Philip, and Horn, though he had acted justly towards the reformers in Tournai, where he had been in authority during his brother's absence, and though he was embittered by the ruined condition of his fortunes and Philip's neglect, still remained sullenly loyal to Spain. Montagny wrote from Madrid an account of Philip's wrath at the image-breaking, the accord, and the public speaking, and expressed his own surprise and disgust at these outrages on the ancient faith. Louis of Nassau and Saint Aldegond were now outside the scope of the prince's influence, and entirely at one with Brederode, who was enclosed in his hereditary town of Vianen, which he appeared to be fortifying, and with his party were most of the younger nobles, Culemburg, Vanderburg, de Hems, and their fellows. William of Orange stood quite alone, and he had come to a juncture when he must either go into open opposition to the king, or pledge himself to be his unquestioning instrument. He was largely as one feeling his way in the dark with regard to the policy of Margaret and Philip, but he guessed the faces of the cards so carefully concealed. If he stooped to take the oath, it would not be likely to save him when the time came for Philip to strike. The prince hated Philip well, but he was able to judge him with an especial clearness. He was convinced in his heart that the king had already judged and condemned all these Netherlanders who had in any way opposed him. At the Dillenburg meeting, he had shown to Egmont and Horn an intercepted letter from de Lava, Spanish envoy in Paris to the regent. In this document was very plainly set forth the king's intention towards the three grandees, who were to be arrested the moment a Spanish army reached the Netherlands. And the writer further stated that the two envoys in Madrid are met with smiling faces, but will be never permitted to leave Spain alive. Egmont put this letter before the regent, who declared it to be an impudent forgery. With this statement, Egmont was satisfied. But the Prince of Orange was not. Even were the letter false, he believed that it contained the true sentiments of the government. There was no one to share his views, to understand his attitude. He felt that very keenly now, when he stood at the parting of the ways. Brederode and Louis thought him hesitating and cold. The Count party thought him disloyal. The people no longer trusted him. His German relatives were lukewarm in their attachment. His wife never saw him, but she railed and scolded at the way he had allowed himself to be ruined for a parcel of heretics, and deafened him with complaints of the life at Breda Castle. The only man standing by him at that moment was Anthony Lelang, Count Hoogstraten, the gallant young noble who had been his right hand in the troublous Antwerp days. But Hoogstraten was at the prince's feet, waiting to be instructed. He was nothing on which to lean. Again William looked at the two papers, which the March wind fluttered in his hand. If he declared against Philip, what could he do? What possible chance had the reformers against Spain? Valencians, who had dared to rebel, had been reduced to misery and desolation. Norcames had put to death some thousands of the inhabitants. A garrison had been sent to Tournai. Egmont was forcing troops on all the towns of Artois and Flanders. The famous confederacy of the beggars was broken. Brederode was making a burlesque of resistance. De Hams was breaking images and feeding his parrot with holy wafers. A rope of sand, indeed, there. And would the German princes move in the cause of their fellow Protestants? This was doubtful, as they were bitterly divided among themselves, some being Lutherans, some Calvinists. Then the emperor, though inclined to acknowledge the Reformation, was bitter against the Calvinists, and this sect was in the majority among the reformers of the Netherlands. Nor was it likely that he would embroil himself with Spain for the sake of the oppressed provinces. There was the Huguenot party in France, but they had their own battles to fight, their own ground to maintain. There was a Protestant queen in England, but she was cautious and ardent for peace, and not likely to go to war for the sake of religion. It seemed to William that Philip had the Netherlands under his heel to crush as he pleased. The prince turned back to his writing table and took up his pen. For himself, what was this step going to cost? Gradually the old magnificent life had changed. The splendid young noble had become the grave man of affairs. Still not much over 30, and endowed with a warm and joyous temperament, used to wealth and power, pleasure and luxury, he found himself about to take up a position in which all these things must be foregone. Looking back over the brief years since his second marriage, he saw how slow, how subtle had been this change in himself and in his surroundings. Looking ahead, he saw that the coming change would be marked and swift and terrible. He smiled as he retailed the jousts, the tourneys, the feasts, the hunts, the dances. Those days were over. It had been a silent, secret struggle between him and Philip ever since that monarch had left the Netherlands. But now it would be secret and silent no longer. The prince flung down his gage to the king. Mending his quill and drawing a sheet of paper towards him, he wrote to Madame Parma, returning the oath, and resigning all his offices. As His Majesty now writes that all officers and servants, with no exception, must subscribe to this oath or be discharged from his service, I must consider myself of the latter number, and will retire for a time until His Majesty comes to these provinces himself to obtain a true judgment of affairs. Therefore I pray your Highness, send some gentleman to me with proper papers of dismissal, to whom I may deliver my commission, assuring you at the same time that I will never fail in my service to this country for the good of this land. So with words that were gentle and courteous, as habitual with him, he phrased his resolution. No longer Philip's servant, no longer his servant, he said to himself as he sealed the letter. And now, what next? Himself he did not know. His resignation of his offices left him almost a ruined man, but it left him free. He sighed like a man from whose shoulders a burden has been lifted, locked away his letter, rose and went down to the castle grounds. He could see the little town clustered round the great church, the winding river with low horse-burdened bridge, all gray in the gray air and lashed by the March wind. He leant against one of the ramparts which rose up, forming a wall to the garden, and his keen grave eyes rested on the church. Free of Philip's service, what of Philip's faith? The House of Nassau was Protestant. He had assumed the Romish faith to please the emperor, but he had been born and educated in the Reformed faith. As he looked down at the church, he thought of that. Never had he considered religion much. It had been merely part of the ceremony of his life, the custom of every gentleman. Now he began to consider, not religion, but God. And it seemed to him God was not guiding Philip's counsels, nor inspiring the persecutions of the Inquisition. Might he not rather be favorable towards these poor people who were paying with their lives for their desire to worship him as they wished? William's mind was tolerant and liberal. It had never been confined in the elaborate ceremonies of the Romish Church, nor could it ever subscribe wholly to the fanaticism of the extreme Protestants, like Saint Aldegond. But of late he had sickened against the show and pretension, the cruelty and bigotry, the avarice and falseness shown by the professors of the ancient faith, and had turned naturally to the sterner, simpler creed that was struggling so hard for existence. The prince could not believe that God or truth were wholly on one side or the other, but his sympathy and taste turned, every day more certainly, towards the oppressed, the miserable, the helpless reformers. He had not stood long looking over Breda before he was joined by Hoogstraten, now his guest. The two young men did not speak. They stood side by side, looking over the gray town and the gray church. The keen wind lifted the little locks on the prince's temples, and showed the faint streaks of white that now mingled with the dark chestnut. Nearby, in the still bare garden, René Lemung was searching for the first faint sprays of green. With a sad little bouquet of these trembling promises of spring in her hand, she stood silent, with tears in her eyes, looking at the prince, who did not notice her at all, but continued to gaze at the great church of Breda. End of 25.
Section 26 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Krystal J. Silas, Fort Myers. Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen. Chapter 12. Orange and Egmont. The regent, more and more in a dilemma, refused to accept the prince's resignation. Indeed, shortly after he had offered it, she implored him again to go to Antwerp, where Calvinists and Lutherans were embroiling the city. William went, arriving after the disastrous engagement of Osterwell, when a band of fiery Calvinists under St. Aldegonde's brother, John de Marnix, had been utterly cut to pieces, their gallant young leader being the first to fall. William had come in time to prevent an internecine war that would have devastated the city. At great peril to himself, he had prevented the two Protestant sects from flying at each other's throats, and actually restored order in Antwerp and induced the crowd to say after him, "Vive le Roi!" But he knew that all he did was useless. When the English envoy congratulated him on his splendid labors, he replied, "But it will not please the king. I know there is nothing of this that will please the king." It did not even please the regent. Too many concessions had been made to the heretics, too much gentleness shown. She preferred the way Egmont had treated Valenciennes, which had been reduced to a complete and bloody silence, and the method of Noircarmes, of Mechem, of Aurumber, who, rejoicing at the approach of a profitable civil war, were desolating the country, crushing the heretic with an iron hand, and sweeping his property into their own pockets. Yet Margaret refused to accept the resignation that William tendered again and again. Still she clung to his strength and authority, even while she denounced him in every letter she wrote to Philip. Perhaps, too, she guessed that Philip had his vengeance ready for the Prince of Orange, and that he would be wroth with her if the illustrious victim was suffered to escape. For Margaret was sincere in nothing but her desire to serve her brother, and true to nothing save to that her brother and the Romish Church. She tried all her arts to induce the prince to remain in the king's service. She sent him a flattering letter, appealing to his noble heart, his illustrious and loyal descent, his duty to king and country. She invited him to Brussels, to a meeting of the Knights of the Golden Fleece, and when he declined both, she sent Bertie, the Secretary of State Council, to the prince at Antwerp. Bertie's feeble and formal rhetoric had no effect whatever on the prince, unless it caused him to glimpse more clearly than ever the trap that was being so carefully set. He knew that Philip was not coming to the Netherlands, but that Alva was within a few days of starting for Brussels with the finest army in Europe at his back. And while he listened to the specious Bertie prating of loyalty and the king's goodness, he had in his pockets a letter from that sturdy old Landgrave Philip, who had opposed his marriage with Anne, but who had since become his friend. The Landgrave had been lured into a long captivity by the arts of Granvelle and Alva, and now he reminded William. "Let them not smear your mouths with honey," he wrote. "If the three seigneurs of whom the Duchess Margaret has so much to say are invited to court by Alva under pretext of friendly consultation, let them be wary and think twice ere they accept. I know the Duke of Alva and the Spaniards, and how they dealt with me." The only concession Bertie could obtain from the prince was his consent to once more meet Egmont, Mansfeld, and Aerschot. The interview was arranged to take place at a village outside Antwerp named Willebroek, and William, with but a couple of grooms, rode out there one morning in early April. It was a pleasure for him to ride across the fresh country and to feel the soft turf beneath his horse's feet, to see the mild blue sky overhead, and about him all the new greenery, on briar, hedge, and tree, where the birds fluttered among the leaves. The lovely morning air on his face reminded him of grand days at the chase. It was long now since he had ridden out with hawk and hounds. This part of the country was as yet unscathed by famine or bands of mercenaries. The grain was sprouting in the fields, the brown and white cows wandered in the pastures, the little farms were undisturbed amid the groves of budding poplar and willow trees, and the peasants went to and fro about their work as if they had never heard of Osterwell and the Valenciennes and the Coming of Alva. The little village of Willowbrook lay peaceful beneath the early sun, the white houses, the green shutters, the painted fronts and tiled roofs, the limes in the marketplace, just clouded with green, the church with the lead spire, the canal with the arched wooden bridge, up which the flat barges were slowly making way against the stream, all combined to make an image of plenty, ease, and prosperity. William drew rein before the inn, where he was to meet the other seigneurs. He felt light-hearted. He looked up into the blue air, he smiled at a group of children who were going by with their hands full of pearly blossoms of hawthorn. The inn was an old building with a red-tiled roof, rising step by step into a point under which an alcove where a white figure of the Madonna stood against a blue and gold glory. The green shutters were all laid back to disclose the clean, shining windows. The door stood open, showing a long, dark brick passage, and through another open door at the end, a glimpse of a sunny garden with pigeons. This garden spread either side the house, and was filled with young fruit trees, the dark pink bloom of the peach mingling with the warm white of plum and pear. In the windows of the inn stood glazed pots of shining green and yellow, filled with gillyflowers and striped pink. A girl in a blue dress was hanging out linen on a box hedge beyond the fruit trees. William noticed all these things with a great keenness, and everything he saw, everything he did or said now, was memorable, for all belonged to a portion of his life that would so soon be over. He entered the modest house, and the odd innkeeper showed him into the parlor. It was a low, spacious, cool room, full of the fragrance and sounds of the garden, and shaded by a little beech tree, the fresh, clear green leaves of which swept the leaded panes of the window. The floor was smooth brick, the walls dark and polished, the ceiling beamed. On shelves and on the large bureau stood silver tankards, colored pottery, and painted glasses shaped like bells and flowers. In the empty fireplace, the brass andirons gleamed golden. In the center of the large, round wooden table stood 4 brass candlesticks, a snuffer, and a tray. At this table sat Lamoral Egmont, his head resting on his hand. The nobility of his figure, the extreme richness of his dress, the gallant handsomeness of his face, ill accorded with the clean, neat, and humble room. He wore violet and silver and a mantle of a tawny orange color that fell over the brick floor. His charming head was framed by a ruff of silver gauze. His weapons were many and elaborate. By him on the table lay his hat, a pistol, his gloves, and whip. On the other side of the table sat Count Mansfeld, an elderly man of no particular presence, handsomely attired in a black and gold, while within the window embrasure was the insignificant figure of Secretary Bertie. The prince gently closed the door and stood smiling at all three. His slight figure, plainly habited in a brown riding suit, soft high boots, and a falling ruff, his small head held erect without pride, and valiantly without arrogance, his dark face with the regular features and laughing eyes, the whole man so composed, so pleasant, so unfathomable, seemed to strangely impress the three who waited for him, to impress them almost with uneasiness. Lamoral Egmont rose, filling the room with his magnificence. "We meet strangely, Prince," he said. William greeted all with even courtesy, then took his seat at the round table, placing his hands, half concealed by the linen ruffles, before him on the smooth surface as he had placed them in the council chamber at Brussels, when the letter from Philip had been read, enforcing the decrees of the Council of Trent. Mansfeld had never been close in his friendship, and always a warm upholder of government. Bertie was little more than Margaret's spy. It was to Egmont the prince addressed himself. "You have come to persuade me," he said gently. "Speak, Count, speak." Egmont flushed. Despite his loyalty and his now firm attachment to Spanish rule, he had always felt uneasy in the presence of the man who had once so influenced him, and who now was divided from him by an ever-widening gulf. He repeated the arguments of Bertie, endeavoring to enforce them by the weight of his own belief and his own friendship for the prince. He spoke verbosely, emphasizing his meaning with many illustrations and continually praising the king. A bee buzzed in the window pane the while, evading Bertie's furtive fingers. It made as much impression on the prince as did the words of l'Admiral Egmont. But he listened civilly, keeping his dark eyes steadily on the speaker's face. But when at last Egmont had finished, he threw back his head with a little laugh, and spoke a few words that tossed all the Count's formal phrases back at him as useless. "Oh, Egmont," he cried, "I did not ride from Antwerp to be persuaded, but to persuade. What you have said can never move me. Would that what I say could move you." Egmont made no reply. He glanced at Bertie, and slightly shrugged his shoulders. But Mansfeld spoke. "Then what are the intentions of your Highness?" he asked, with some haughtiness. "My intentions are well known," answered the prince simply. "I have resigned all my offices, and I shall leave the Netherlands." Egmont started. "Leave the Netherlands?" he cried. "Do you think," answered William, "that I will resign and make myself a rebel, and then wait for the coming of the Duke of Alva? Take the oaths," said Mansfeld, "and withdraw your resignations. We in the region alike will entreat you to this." William moved in his chair and turned his head so as to face Mansfeld. "Once and forever, Count," he said, and from behind his pleasant calm there flashed the strength of an immovable purpose. "I declare that I will not take an oath which is against my honor, an oath that makes me a tool, an executioner. Is William of Orange," his voice was suddenly angry, "to wait the orders of the Duke of Alva, to be the servant of the Inquisition?" Egmont flushed, thinking of Valenciennes and the many poor Christians he had slain there, and of the old days when he and Orange had been one in protesting against the Inquisition. "You mock at loyalty," he said gloomily, "but you go to your ruin. If you leave the Netherlands, your property will be confiscated." "If I stay, I shall lose more than my estates," replied William. "I will sooner encounter all that may happen from this my action than sacrifice my conscience by the taking of this oath. No more of it." "Then we talk in vain," said Mansfeld sternly. "On that subject, yes," answered the prince, "but I would further speak to Count Egmont." He looked at his friend earnestly, and spoke with a certain passion. "O l'Admiral Egmont, give your loyalty to your native land and not to Spain. Come with me. I will follow you. I will be your faithful soldier. Risk everything in a good cause rather than in a bad one. I was grieved by the victor of St. Quentin and Gravelines should come to the massacring of poor artisans, but that may be redeemed. Strike for freedom, Count, not for tyranny." "You speak of treason," cried Egmont with some heat. "I am loyal, and I will keep that loyalty unstained." "It shall not avail you," returned William in a moved tone. "Do you think Philip has forgotten, or Philip forgiven? Do you think Alva comes to caress you, bringing in his hands riches and honors? I tell you he comes to strike down all those who have offended Spain, and you are one of them." "I have no fear," answered the stadtholder of Flanders stoutly. "I do not dread to see the country in the hands of the Spaniards, nor welcome the Duke of Alva." "No one need fear who has a clear conscience," added Mansfeld. "Signors," said the prince impatiently, "you speak like a child. You are safe because you were one of Granvelle's partisans. Egmont was the cardinal's enemy. Egmont has done many things well noted in Madrid. I tell you he is doomed. If he stays, he is doomed as surely as any poor peasant who has looked impudently at an image." "These are the words of a rebel!" exclaimed Mansfeld. "For the true service of a king I am always ready," returned William. "But not to Alva, Granvelle, or the Inquisition. Call me a rebel if you will, for I do protest against them and their authority, and all attempts to force the faith of these people, which attempts are in defiance of the laws and privileges and wholly against God." "Nay," said Egmont, "it is his cause, and any priest will tell you." "I have spoke of God, not of priests," answered the prince. "This is a bold saying," remarked Mansfeld. "Has the insolent blasphemy of Calvin or Luther found so high a convert? Has the raving, vulgar fury of the field preacher shaken the faith of the Prince of Orange?" Mansfeld spoke with a bitter irony, and his face colored with indignation. William smiled. "Ah, I am studying theology," he said. I may find comfort from Geneva as easily as from Rome when I have finished my learning. He looked straightly at Mansfeld. I was bred a heretic, he added. Mansfeld rose. Enough, he said. I see this conference is useless. William rose also. He went to Egmont and laid his hands affectionately on the Count's shoulders. I do not take this action thoughtlessly nor suddenly, he said, but after deep reflection and long weighing of events. I know I lower my fortunes and jeopardize my estates, yet I do the wiser thing. I beseech you by our ancient friendship, by our common charge, for the sake of those dear to you, to follow my example. I entreat you not to wait for the coming of Alva. But Lamoral Egmont was not to be moved. His lodestar was Spain, and now he had Mansfeld watching him, and Bertie noting down every word he said. His reply was curt, almost wrathful. I have an easy conscience, and if I have committed some faults I rely on the clemency of the king. I lean on his majesty. Alas, said William, you lean on what will destroy you. You boast yourself secure in the king's clemency, and so lull yourself with security which does not exist. Would that I might be deceived, but I foresee only too clearly that you are the bridge which the Spaniards will destroy as soon as they passed over it to invade our country. With that he ended, somewhat abruptly, as if he indeed saw that it was useless to try to open Egmont's eyes to his danger, and turning away picked up his mantle and hat as if to end a hopeless argument. You will be the ruined man, not I, remarked Egmont in some agitation. It is you who would throw everything away for a shadow. William moved towards the door. Will you not dine with us? Asked Mansfeld formally. Nay, replied the prince. I am pressed to return to Antwerp. With Egmont he would have gladly stayed, but he had no mind to eat and drink with Mansfeld and Bertie. He took his farewells. Egmont looked at him a little wistfully. Mutual affection had gone deep into the hearts of each. The Count had moved to the door, and as William passed, he advanced a step. The prince turned suddenly and embraced him, clasping him for a second to his heart. Then, with tears in his eyes, he left the room. There were tears, too, on Egmont's cheek. He looked at me as if he thought never to see me again, he said. A landless, exiled, powerless man, remarked Mansfeld. How low the great Prince of Orange has fallen. A little maid entered the room to prepare the dinner. She looked with wonder and reverence at the three gentlemen, who had none of them revealed their identity. Oh, signors, she said, who is the young cavalier who's just ridden away? He never saluted the Virgin above the door, and in these days— Mansfeld glanced at Egmont. You may call him, my child, many names, for he has many honors. Now you had best call him the Heretic, he said dryly. End of section 26. Recording by Krystal J. Silas, Fort Myers.
Section 27 of Prince and Heretic. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by McMillan. Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen. Chapter 12. Orange and Egmont. The regent, more and more in a dilemma, refused to accept the prince's resignation. Indeed, shortly after he had offered it, she implored him to go again to Antwerp, where Calvinists and Lutherans were embroiling the city. William went, arriving after the disastrous engagement of Osterwell, when a band of fiery Calvinists under St. Elgedondi's brother, Jean de Marny, had been utterly cut to pieces, their gallant young leader being the first to fall. William had come in time to prevent an internecine war that would have devastated the city. At great peril to himself, he had prevented the two Protestant sects from flying at each other's throats, and actually restored order in Antwerp, and induced the crowd to say after him, Vive le Roi. But he knew that all he did was useless. When the English envoy congratulated him on his splendid labors, he replied, But it will not please the king. I know there is nothing of this that will please the king. It did not even please the regent. Too many concessions had been made to the heretics, too much gentleness shown. She preferred the way Egmont had treated Valenciennes, which had been reduced to a complete and bloody silence, and the method of Norcams, of Meghem, of Aremberg, who, rejoicing at the approach of a profitable civil war, were desolating the country, crushing the heretic with an iron hand, and sweeping his property into their own pockets. Yet Margaret still refused to accept the resignation that William tendered again and again. She still clung to his strength and authority, even while she denounced him in every letter she wrote to Philip. Perhaps, too, she guessed that Philip had his vengeance ready for the Prince of Orange, and that he would be wroth with her if the illustrious victim was suffered to escape. For Margaret was sincere in nothing but her desire to serve her brother, and true to nothing save to that brother and the Romish Church. She tried all her arts to induce the prince to remain in the king's service. She sent him a flattering letter, appealing to his, quote, noble heart, his illustrious and loyal descent, his duty to king and country, unquote. She invited him to Brussels, to a meeting of the Knights of the Golden Fleece, and when he declined both, she sent Bertie, secretary of the State Council, to the prince at Antwerp. Bertie's feeble and formal rhetoric had no effect whatever on the prince, unless it caused him to glimpse more clearly than ever the trap that was being so carefully set. He knew that Philip was not coming to the Netherlands, but that Alva was within a few days of starting for Brussels, with the finest army in Europe at his back. And while he listened to the specious Bertie prating of loyalty and the king's goodness, he had in his pocket a letter from that sturdy old Landgrave Philip, who had opposed his marriage with Anne, but who had since become his friend. The Landgrave had been lured into a long captivity by the arts of Granvelle and Alva, as he now reminded William. Let them not smear your mouths with honey, he wrote. If the 3 signors, of whom the Duchess Margaret has so much to say, are invited to court by Alva under pretext of friendly consultation, let them be wary, and think twice ere they accept. I know the Duke of Alva and the Spaniards, and how they dealt with me. The only consent Bertie could obtain from the prince was his consent to once more meet Egmont, Mansfield, and Aerschot. The interview was arranged to take place at a village outside Antwerp, named Willebroek, and William, with but a couple of grooms, rode out there one morning in early April. It was a pleasure to him to ride across the fresh country, to feel the soft turf beneath his horse's feet, to see the mild blue sky overhead, and about him all the new greenery, on briar, hedge, and tree, where the birds fluttered among the leaves. The lovely morning air on his face reminded him of grand days at the chase. It was long now since he had ridden out with hawk and hounds. The part of the country was as yet unscathed by famine or bands of mercenaries. The grain was sprouting in the fields. The brown and white cows wandered in the pastures. The little farms were undisturbed amid the groves of budding poplar and willow trees. The peasants went to and fro about their work, as if they had never heard of Osterwell and Valenciennes and the coming of Alva. The little village of Willebroek lay peaceful beneath the early sun, the white houses with green shutters, painted fronts, and tiled roofs, the limes in the marketplace just clouded with green, the church with the lead spire, the canal with the arched wooden bridge, up which the flat barges were slowly making way against the stream, all combined to make an image of plenty, ease, and prosperity. William drew rein before the inn, where he was to meet the other signors. He felt light-hearted. He looked up into the blue sky. He smiled at a group of children who were going by with their hands full of the pearly blossoms of hawthorn. The inn was an old building with a red-tiled roof, rising, step by step, into a point under which was an alcove where a white figure of the Madonna stood against a blue and gold glory. The green shutters were all laid back, to disclose the clean shining windows. The door stood open, showing a long, dark brick passage, and through another open door at the end a glimpse of a sunny garden with pigeons. This garden spread either side the house, and was filled with young fruit trees, the dark pink bloom of the peach mingling with the warm white of plum and pear. In the windows of the inn stood glazed pots of a shining green and yellow, filled with gullyflowers and striped pink. A girl in a blue dress was hanging out linen on a box hedge beyond the fruit trees. William noticed all these things with a great keenness. Everything he saw, everything he did or said now was memorable, for all belonged to a portion of his life that would so soon be over. He entered the modest house, and the odd innkeeper showed him into the parlor. It was a low, spacious, cool room, full of the fragrance and sounds of the garden, and shaded by a little beech tree, the fresh, clear green leaves of which swept the leaded panes of the window. The floor was smooth brick, the walls dark and polished, the ceiling beamed. On shelves and on the large bureau stood silver tankards, colored pottery, and painted glasses, shaped like bells and flowers. In the empty fireplace the brass andirons gleamed golden. In the center of the large round wooden table stood 4 brass candlesticks, a snuffer, and tray. At this table sat Lamoral Egmont, his head resting on his hand. The nobility of his figure, the extreme richness of his dress, the gallant handsomeness of his face, ill-accorded with the clean, neat, and humble room. He wore violet and silver and a mantle of a tawny orange color that fell over the brick floor. His charming head was framed by a ruff of silver gauze. His weapons were many and elaborate. By him on the table lay his hat, a pistol, his gloves, and whip. On the other side of the table sat Count Mansfield, an elderly man of no particular presence, handsomely attired in black and gold, while within the window embrasure was the insignificant figure of Secretary Bertie. The prince gently closed the door and stood smiling at all three. His slight figure, plainly habited in a brown riding suit, soft high heels, and falling ruff, his small head held erect without pride, and valiantly without arrogance, his dark face with the regular features and laughing eyes, the whole man so composed, so pleasant, so unfathomable, seemed to strangely impress the three, who waited for him, to impress them almost with uneasiness. Lamoral Egmont rose, filling the room with his magnificence. "We meet strangely, Prince," he said. William greeted all with even courtesy, then took his seat at the round table, placed his hands, half concealed by the linen ruffles, before him on the smooth surface as he had placed them in the council chambers at Brussels when the letters from Philip had been read enforcing the decrees of the Council of Trent. Mansfield had never been close in his friendship, and always a warm upholder of the government. Bertie was little other than Margaret's spy. It was to Egmont the prince addressed himself. "You have come to persuade me," he said gently. "Speak, Count, speak." Egmont flushed. Despite his loyalty and his now firm attachment to Spanish rule, he always felt uneasy in the presence of the man who had once so influenced him, and who now was divided from him by an ever-widening gulf. He repeated the arguments of Bertie, endeavoring to enforce them by the weight of his own belief and of his personal friendship for the prince. He spoke verbosely, emphasizing his meaning with many illustrations, and continually praising the king. A bee buzzed in the window-pane the while, evading Bertie's furtive fingers. It made as much impression on the prince as did the words of Lamoral Egmont. But he listened civilly, keeping his dark eyes steadily on the speaker's face. But when at last Egmont had finished, he threw back his head with a little laugh, and spoke a few words that tossed all the Count's formal phrases back at him as useless. "Oh, Egmont," he cried, "I did not ride from Antwerp to be persuaded, but to persuade. What you have said can never move me. Would that what I say could move you." Egmont made no reply. He glanced at Bertie and slightly shrugged his shoulders. But Mansfield spoke. "Then what are the intentions of your Highness?" he asked, with some haughtiness. "My intentions are well known," answered the prince simply. "I have resigned all my offices, and I shall leave the Netherlands." Egmont started. "Leave the Netherlands?" he cried. "Do you think," answered William, "that I will resign, make myself a rebel, and then wait the coming of the Duke of Alva?" "Take the oaths," said Mansfield, "and withdraw your resignations. We and the Regement alike entreat you to this." William moved back in his chair and turned his head so as to face Mansfield. "Once and forever, Count," he said, and from behind his pleasant calm there flashed the strength of an immovable purpose. "I declare I will not take an oath which is against my honor, an oath that makes me a tool, an executioner. Is William of Orange," his voice was suddenly angry, "to await the orders of the Duke of Alva, to be the servant of the Inquisition?" Egmont flushed, thinking of Valenciennes and the many poor Christians he had slain there, and of the old days when he and Orange had been one in protesting against the Inquisition. "You mock at loyalty," he said gloomily, "but you go to your ruin. If you leave the Netherlands, your property will be confiscated." "If I stay, I shall lose more than my estates," replied William. "I will sooner encounter all that may happen from this my action than sacrifice my conscience by the taking of this oath. No more of it." "Then we talk in vain," said Mansfield sternly. "On that subject, yes," answered the prince. "But I would further speak to Count Egmont." He looked at his friend earnestly, and spoke with a certain passion. "O Lamoral Egmont, give your loyalty to your native land and not to Spain. Come with me. I will follow you. I will be your faithful soldier. Risk everything in a good cause rather than in a bad one. I was grieved the victor of St. Quentin and Gravelines should come to the massacring of poor artisans, but that may be redeemed. Strike for freedom, Count, not for tyranny." "You speak treason," cried Egmont with some heat. "I am loyal, and will keep that loyalty unstained." "It shall not avail you," returned William in a moved tone. "Do you think Philip has forgotten, or Philip forgiven? Do you think Alva comes to caress you, bringing in his hands riches and honors? I tell you, he comes to strike down all those who have offended Spain, and you are one of them." "I have no fear," answered the stadtholder of Flanders stoutly. "I do not dread to see the country in the hands of the Spaniards, nor to welcome the Duke of Alva." "No one need fear who has a clear conscience," added Mansfield. "Signor," said the prince impatiently, "you speak like a child. You are safe because you were one of Granvelle's partisans. Egmont was the cardinal's enemy. Egmont has done many things well noted in Madrid. I tell you, he is doomed. If he stays, he is doomed as surely as any poor peasant who has looked impudently at an image." "These are the words of a rebel," exclaimed Mansfield. "For the true servant of the king I am always ready," returned William. "But to Alva, Granvelle, and the Inquisition, call me rebel if you will, for I do protest against them and their authority, and all attempts to force the faith of these people, which attempts are in defiance of laws and privileges and wholly against God." "Nay," said Egmont, "it is his cause, as any priest will tell you." "I spoke of God, not of priests," answered the prince. "This is bold saying," remarked Mansfield. "Has the insolent blasphemy of Calvin or Luther found so high a convert? Has the raving, vulgar fury of the field preacher shaken the faith of the Prince of Orange?" Mansfield spoke with bitter irony, and his face colored with indignation. William smiled. "Ah, I am studying theology," he said. "I may find comfort from Geneva as easily as from Rome when I have finished my learning." He looked straightly at Mansfield. "I was bred a heretic," he added. Mansfield rose. "Enough," he said. "I see this conference is useless." William rose also. He went to Egmont and laid his hands affectionately on the Count's shoulders. "I do not take this action thoughtlessly, nor suddenly," he said, "but after deep reflection and long weighing of events. I know I lower my fortunes and jeopardize my estates. Yet I do the wiser thing. I beseech you by our ancient friendship, by our common charge, for the sake of those dear to you, to follow my example. I entreat you not to wait the coming of Alva." But Lamoral Egmont was not to be moved. His lodestar was Spain, and now he had Mansfield watching him, and Bertie noting down every word he said. His reply was curt, almost wrathful. "I have an easy conscience," he said, "and if I have committed some faults, I rely on the clemency of the king. I lean on his majesty." "Alas," said William, "you lean on what will destroy you. You boast yourself secure in the king's clemency, and so lull yourself with a security which does not exist. Would that I might be deceived, but I foresee only too clearly that you are to be the bridge which the Spaniards will destroy as soon as they have passed over it to invade our country." With that he ended, somewhat abruptly, as if he indeed saw that it was useless to try and open Egmont's eyes to his danger, and turning away picked up his mantle and hat as if to end a hopeless argument. "You will be the ruined man, not I," remarked Egmont in some agitation. "It is you who throw everything away for a shadow." William moved towards the door. "Will you not dine with us?" asked Mansfield formally. "Nay," replied the prince, "I am pressed to return to Antwerp." With Egmont he would have gladly stayed, but he had no mind to eat and drink with Mansfield and Bertie. He took his farewells. Egmont looked at him a little wistfully. Mutual affection had gone deep into the hearts of each. The Count had moved to the door, and as William passed, he advanced a step. The prince turned and suddenly embraced him, clasping him for a second to his heart. Then, with tears in his eyes, he left the room. There were tears, too, on Egmont's cheek. "He looked at me as if he thought never to see me again," he said. "A landless, exiled, powerless man," remarked Mansfield. "How low is the great Prince of Orange fallen!" A little maid entered the room to prepare the dinner. She looked with wonder and reverence at the three gentlemen, who had none of them revealed their identity. "Oh, signors," she said, "who is the young cavalier who has just ridden away? He never saluted the Virgin above the door, and in these days—" Mansfield glanced at Egmont. "You may call him, my child, many names, for he had many honors. Now you had best call him the Heretic," he said dryly. End of section 27. Recording by McMillan.
Section 28 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen. Phillips Avengers. From Carthagena to Genoa, hence to San Ambrosio, over the Alps to Mont-Cenis, through Savoy, Burgundy, and Louvain, came the army of the Duke of Alva, watched by a French army, watched by a Swiss army, taking no heed of either, steadily pursuing their way to the rebellious provinces. At every stopping place they were met by messages from the Duchess, entreating them to stay, saying their coming would unchain a war of religion, protesting against this coming of an armed force into a country already quieted by pacific means. Two motives influenced Margaret in these protestations. She was indignant at being superseded by Alva after her long and bitter toils in the service of her brother had at last met with some success, and now, at the final issue, she was frightened at what putting the provinces under Spanish soldiers might mean. She even wrote to Philip, expressing her opinion of the fatal consequences likely to follow Alva's invasion. But the king took no notice of these complaints, and Alva only smiled at the letters of an agitated woman who was suddenly trying to quench the flame she had so recklessly fanned, and continued his steady march towards the Netherlands. On a hot night in the middle of August, a charcoal burner who lived in the forest of Thionville on the frontier between Luxembourg and the Netherlands was roused by sounds unusual indeed in that solitude, and creeping out of his bed he came out into the moonlight, his frightened family behind him, and, hiding behind the thick trees, gazed down onto the road, a mere narrow defile that ran through the immense forest, which on one side sloped away and on the other rose into the ledge where the poor peasant hid. It was a most gorgeous night. The moon hung like a plate of soft gold in the deep purple heavens, and shed a radiance, too warm for silver, through the close branches of the stately trees, in full summer luxuriance that spread to right and left, before and behind, on all sides bounding the vision. The air was warm but not oppressive. Now and then a little ripple of wind shook the undergrowth, the brambles, the daisies, the poppies, the foxgloves, and the thick fragrant grasses. The stillness had been complete, but now it was broken by the ever-increasing sound of the tramp of feet and the jingling of harness, and soon the vanguard of Alva's army was revealed. They had raised their last encampment with the rising of the moon, that they might the sooner set foot in the Netherlands. The charcoal burner knew nothing of this. He did not even know whose army he looked upon. He trembled and crossed himself and clung tightly to his children, while he crouched down in a bed of foxgloves behind a huge beech and peered with an awestruck curiosity at this new and terrible sight. Alva's army was not large, being no more than 10,000 men, but these 10,000 were the most famous veterans in the world, and both their organization and equipment were perfect, while there was no general in the world whose fame equaled that of Ferdinando Alvarez de Toledo, the great Duke of Alva. The vanguard of this army, as it hastened through the forest of Thionville, consisted of two of the Italian regiments, those of Sicily and Naples, commanded severally by Spaniards, Julian, Romero, and Alfonso de Ulloa, and considered the finest foot soldiers in the world. They marched with quick strides, their colors furled, their general riding before them. The stout figures of the Calabresi, the slender strength of the Sicilians, adorned with rich arms and silk scarves and plumes of brilliant colors, and the fierce, gay, dark faces, made a strange picture of force and energy hastening through the lonely night. Behind them came 2 companies of women, some on foot, walking with perfect discipline and order, some riding on the baggage wagons or the sumpter mules. These were the camp followers, but neither poor nor ragged. They were as well appointed as any well-born lady, and many had a page or attendant. Behind the wantons rode a small company of priests, with a little escort of horsemen. So the southern regiments passed. The charcoal burner gazed after them like one struck out of his senses. At a distance of half a league, for the spaces between the 3 divisions were being rapidly diminished as the army neared the goal, came the next contingent, consisting of the artillery, which jangled quickly away in the night with rattle of wheels, crack of whip, and shout of driver, and 1,200 Spanish cavalry, at the head of which rode Don Ferdinando de Toledo, the Duke's son, and prior of that great order of the Church Militant, the Knights of St. John, wearing the noble vesture of his stately office. Behind him came the musketeers, all wearing inlaid and engraved armor, and each attended, as if he had been an officer, by a squire who bore his musket, that new weapon not seen before in any army. These splendid soldiers carried themselves with a great pride. The moon glowed softly in their exquisite cuirasses, cuisses, greaves, and helmets, which were most carefully polished. These horsemen were the only Spaniards in the army. After them rode 2 Italian generals and the engineers, a gorgeous group of officers in undress or jousting armor, and wearing caps adorned with jewels and heron's feathers. Next came a carriage containing Spanish priests of high rank, then the other of the Spanish horsemen, then the baggage mules and the women. There were no less than 400 of these on horseback, Spanish, Italian, and French beauties, lavishly dressed in silk and velvet, with flowing mantles and precious embroideries. Some were veiled like modest women, while others rode with their rich locks hanging over their shoulders and their hard, beautiful faces uncovered. 1 or 2 were singing in rather a melancholy fashion, several sat wearily on their handsome saddles, but all, like their meaner sisters who went afoot, conducting themselves with order and decorum. When they had passed, dazzling the eyes and bewildering the mind of the staring charcoal burner, there was a short pause, then a company of light horse galloped up out of the night, and behind them, riding more slowly, came a single horseman. He was about 60 years of age, tall, of a slight figure, but of an appearance of great energy and strength, controlled, however, by a considerable stiffness of deportment and an air of cold and repelling pride. He wore a half-suit of plain blue armor, and black mantle, boots, and doublet. His face was extremely narrow, his features hard, his complexion dry yet flushed, his eyes small and dark and expressing nothing but arrogance. A plain velvet cap concealed his hair. A long beard of black frosted with white descended to his waist. With his long, thin body, small head, narrow countenance, and bright eyes, he had a certain likeness to a snake. Not in one lineament was there the least trace of any soft or pleasant emotion or sentiment. He seemed a man of ice and iron, haughty, cruel, and avaricious. Without glancing to right or left, carelessly guiding his superb white Arab horse with one hand while the other fingered the plain cross that hung on his breast, the solitary rider, the great and terrible Duke of Alva, passed on towards the Netherlands. After him came others of his especial escort of light cavalry, then more priests and more women. So well provided for soul and body did Philip's armies go forth to crush the unbeliever. Then another pause, and finally the rearguard of Lombard and Sardinian regiments, commanded by Sancho de Lodrovo and Gonzalo de Bracamonte. These veterans, less fine perhaps than the glittering ranks of Sicily and Naples, were, nevertheless, magnificent men handsomely armed. By the time they passed, the moon was fading, and the dawn was creeping in pale streams of light through the forest. The charcoal burner crouched lower down among the foxgloves and crossed himself fearfully. By the time the whole sky had changed from the soft violet of night to the pale azure of the dawn, the last of Alva's army had disappeared, and there remained on the road only the straggling followers, the peasants who hoped to sell their produce, eagerly whipping along their mules, the poor who hoped for charity, the idle who hoped for stray plunder, boys who had marched miles from their homes in sheer aimless excitement. The charcoal burner, encouraged by the sight of his own kind, called out softly to one of the men with the mules, "Who are they, those great and wonderful fellows who have just passed?" The other answered with some pride in his knowledge, "That is the mighty army of the King of Spain." "May the angels all preserve us! And where are they going?" "To the Netherlands, to avenge the insolence of the heretics." "And he in the midst?" "That was the Duke of Alva. They all have money and pay well. If I can catch up with the camp tonight, I shall have enough money to pay me for my journey." So he and his mules, laden with fruit and vegetables and skins of wine, disappeared into the misty depths of the forest. The charcoal burner dragged his sleepy children out of the foxglove bed and returned to his hut, where his wife, who was not interested in the passing army at all, was already putting the bread and milk on the table, and before they ate the man made them all thank God that they were not heretics in the Netherlands. That day Alva crossed the frontier. That night he slept within the provinces. Scouts brought him news that Count Egmont was riding forth to Tirlemont to welcome him. He received the news with his usual cold stare. Inside his plain doublet were many precious documents written by the hand of Philip. Among them were the warrants for the deaths of Egmont, Horn, and the Prince of Orange. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ricki Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen. Part 3. The House of Nassau. Section 29. Dillenburg. Life in the ancestral castle of the German Nassaus at Dillenburg was very different from what the life in Brussels, Antwerp, or Breda had been. The old Countess of Nassau, Juliana of Stolberg, was the head of the household, and with her lived Count John, his wife, the Landgravine Elizabeth, and their family. Here, too, resided the unmarried daughters of the house, Juliana and Magdalena, lately betrothed to Wolfgang, Count of Hohenlohe, while he married daughters Anne, the Countess of Nassau, Saarbruck, and Elizabeth, Countess of Solms-Braufels. Catherine, Countess of Schwarzburg, and Countess Vanderburg were continually coming and going on their visits to their old home. There was not much money and no magnificence at Dillenburg when the eldest son, practically in exile, a fugitive, arrived with his sickly, peevish wife and his train of 150. Very shorn splendor for the Prince of Orange, but a considerable strain on the resources of Count John. But the welcome was nonetheless passionately sincere in love and pride, and William was treated by his family with the same deference as if he had been still the favorite of Charles V, or the greatest man in the Netherlands. His brothers Adolphus and Henry, a youth who had just left college, returned eagerly to Dillenburg to join him, and Count Louis left Brotherode, who was revolving one scheme after another that came to nothing, and hastened to Germany. Meanwhile, William waited for news from the Netherlands, for news of the proceedings of Alva, and for answers to the letters that he had sent to the German Protestant princes, the Elector of Saxony and the Landgrave of Hesse. Now at last he had begun to reap the fruit of that foresight which had induced him to engage in his second marriage despite the lively disapproval of Philip. That marriage had been as disastrous as his worst enemies could have hoped, but at least it had given him some claim on the friendship of Anne's relations. William had also asked the old Landgrave Philip to send him a Lutheran preacher, who was immediately and joyfully dispatched. And the Prince of Orange occupied the first leisure he had known for many years in studying the New Testament and listening to the exposition of the tenets of Martin Luther. But Alva, Philip's swift and sure right hand, had lost no time in striking him one blow that hit both his pride and his affections. His eldest son, the Count of Beren, was beguiled by Alva from school in Louvain, where William had left him, relying on the high and ancient privileges of the university, and sent to Spain, where he had gone a willing captive, flattered and caressed, for he was a child and knew nothing of his father nor of Philip. Thus, the first move was to Alva, and the prince, bitterly wounded and outraged, had to admit that his sagacity had been at fault. What foolishness to rely on any charters or privileges where Alva and Philip were concerned. He took this grief silently, and applied himself to long and careful preparations for the part he intended to take upon himself. He was hours closeted with Count John, hours with the Lutheran minister. His private table was covered with papers on which theological arguments were mingled with numerical calculations, estimates of the worth of his now available estates, estimates even of the value of his jewels and plate, rude maps of the Netherlands, lists of towns with their several strengths, rough drafts of the letters to the Emperor, to the King of France, to the Order of the Golden Fleece. He was in correspondence with the great persons in England, and in close touch with the Huguenots in France. In a few months after his departure from the Netherlands, he had already in his hands the threads of a widespread league against Philip, which his industry, his high prestige, his astute statesmanship had accomplished single-handed. Nor was he wantonly rushing into rebellion against the man to whom he had sworn loyalty. Philip had in everything justified the suspicions of the prince. One of Alva's first acts had been to arrest Egmont, and whom he had before caressed and flattered. Montigny and Bergen were prisoners in Spain. Alva had seized the keys of every city in the Netherlands. Margaret was the mere shadow of authority, and Alva was absolute. He seemed to have but two objects, blood and gold. The blood of the heretics, that was to smoke to heaven, to please the nostrils of the Lord, and the gold of the heretics, which was to flow to Spain, to please the eyes of the king. In both ways were the Netherlands to be drained, of life and of treasure, and so Alva hoped to avenge the outrages which had been offered to both spiritual and temporal power. The estates of the Prince of Orange had been threatened with confiscation, and he himself, together with Montigny, Cullenberg, Vandenberg, and Hoogstraten, had been summoned to appear within 14 days before the Council of Troubles, an arbitrary tribunal established by Alva, which had already earned the title of the Council of Blood. The Prince of Orange, therefore, was not organizing a rebellion against a pacific monarch, who was prepared to leave him in peace if he remained in exile. He but struck at one who was striking at him, his friends, his country, with blind, fanatical fury, a cunning treachery, a narrow cruelty that was almost inconceivable, and in striking at William of Orange, Philip had roused more than was in his nature to believe in. As a man intent on killing little helpless animals may carelessly wound a sleeping lion, whose presence he had no wit to guess at, so William silently made his preparations against Spain. So the tranquil autumn and the vintage passed, and the spring came gaily back to Dillenburg. The Nassau women employed themselves in household tasks, easily talking together, eagerly helping the men whenever it might be, fervently attending the plain Lutheran service in the plain Lutheran chapel, and listening reverently to the impassioned sermons of the preacher. These days were sweet to René Lemon. She knew them as only a prelude to great trouble, perhaps great agony, yet for the moment she was happy. The women treated her kindly. She felt one of a family, not part of the mechanism of a household. There was no need to keep such wearing watch on Anne, who was helpless for evil here. Everyone she spoke to was of her own faith. There was no longer in her ears the scoffs and insults of papists, no longer horrible tales of torture and death repeated on every side. Here were peace and kindness and affection, and if Anne writhed under the confinement, the monotony, the simplicity, alternating between bitter melancholy and passionate fury, René found the atmosphere as refreshing to her parched soul as water to dry lips. And her greatest joy, her secret, almost holy joy, was in the altitude of the prince, for in him she discerned now, beyond all doubt, the destined champion of her country and her faith. It was in the early spring that Count Louis came to Dillenburg. He stopped one moment to receive his mother's warm salute, then went straight to the prince. William was in a room which was filled up as a library, a small and modest chamber near the chapel. The books on the simple shelves were simply theological works collected by William's father, treatises and pamphlets in Latin and French, written when the first heat of fierce controversy had raged over the schism in the church. Before the pointed Gothic window was a desk of heavy black wood, piled with papers and furnished with a large brass ink pot and sand dish and a small silver hourglass. In the center was a large and worn Bible. There was no furniture in the room beyond a few chairs covered with faded tapestry, and the shelves of books. The April sun, fine and clear, filled every corner of the room and showed the dust on the books, on the floor, and in the crevices of the shelves. William rose instantly from his desk and embraced his brother, then led him to the deep window seat, which was filled with red cushions from which the sun had taken the brightness. Neither of these young men, once so splendid, were any longer magnificent. William wore a suit of dark blue camlet, with a ruff of plain needlework, and no jewels beyond a yellow topaz signet ring. Louis was habited in a brown riding suit and boots dusty to the knees. He had lately lost something of his bloom and freshness, and his brilliant eyes were tired and shadowed, but his firm-featured, beardless face, framed in graceful blonde curls, retained the old ancient charm. Round his neck hung a silver beggar medal and a tiny silver cup. "Any news?" asked William, gazing at him affectionately and still retaining his hand. "Some news, yes, at Cleves. I met the Spanish post. Bergen is dead," replied Louis in a moved voice. "Dead?" echoed the prince. "So soon?" And his face saddened as he reflected that this was the first sacrifice from among the Netherland nobles who had dared to disobey Philip. "Dead? And in Spain? In a Spanish prison?" amended Louis. "They say he died of homesickness and disappointment. God knows. At least it is certain he is dead, and there seems little hope for Montigny." No one believes he will ever leave Spain. His poor wife is wearing out the altar stones and kneeling to her saints. May they comfort her. Why would he go? Exclaimed William. He was an infatuate, as all of them, in Egmont. There is no hope for Egmont. He and whom are surely doomed. The Countess Egmont and her children will be utterly ruined, for every thaler he possesses is held confiscate, and this is the reward of his loyalty, remarked William grimly. To what end did he stoop to play the persecutor at Valenciennes? Yet he was always sanguine. Even after Alva came, and others had warned him, he would not believe. He had a sweet letter from the king, and after the duke sailed and complimenting him on his loyalty, he put all faith in that. "Ah, Philip!" cried William with a deep accent of hatred. "It was a trap," continued the count. "A trap for all of us. Granvelier and Spinoza planned it with Alva." "I know," said the prince. "The design is to utterly subjugate the provinces, execute all those who were against Granvelier, re-establish the Inquisition, exterminate all heretics, and make the Netherlands subject appanages of the Spanish crown, as are the Italian states. That is Philip's policy. Mine," he added, with a certain passion, "will be to prevent it. Surely you can. Surely you will," said Louis with enthusiasm and reverence. "Yet do not think me sanguine," answered the prince gravely. "I know what I undertake. I know the might of Spain. Egmont may have done something, but that chance is past. Oh, I am not sanguine. I think before this struggle is over, Granvelier may count all of his enemies among the dead. Bergen has gone, Montigny, Egmont, whom are doomed. Nay, are we not all doomed?" "Doomed?" repeated Louis quietly. "By Philip. He has judged and condemned us, and his vengeance has many faces. If you go on, Louis, go on as I shall, as a man devoted to a cause almost hopeless, as one under sentence of death." "It does not frighten me," answered the count simply. "I love the cause, and I love the commander." He kissed his brother's hand. "It is some time," he added, "since I entreated to be your lieutenant." William smiled. "Where is your Beggars' League now, Louis?" "Drowned as it was born, in Brederode's wassail bowl." "What did those men prove?" "Good fellows, but none of them any worth, save Dillenburg and Saint Aldegande." Louis flushed. "But I have some men gathered together," he said. "A poor little army, it is true, but something." "That is your work, not Brederode's," answered William. "Poor Brederode!" exclaimed the count generously. "He was brave and loyal, and now all his schemes have failed. I think he will die of it, I left him creeping to Germany, a disappointed man. Leave him. He is happier than some better men, said the prince. And to our affairs. I too have been enrolling an army. A poor thing. Refugees, mercenaries, but something. The two brothers looked at each other with a keen and flashing glance. You will invade the Netherlands? Asked Louis eagerly. If I can get the money, I will, answered the prince, and he spoke quite simply, as if it was not in the least a wonderful feat to even contemplate this marching against the finest army in the world with a handful of raw recruits and mercenaries. Ah, the money, sighed Louis. He too was of a heroic temper. He too took the tremendous task simply, but he was daunted by the mention of what had completely checked his own gallant efforts. We need, said William, speaking with a precision which showed that he had well studied the subject, at least 200,000 crowns. There was, he added with a smile, a time when I could have raised as much from my own estates, but not now. It is not so much, remarked Louis hopefully. Half, continued William, leaning forward and taking some papers from under the great Bible. I have already had promised me from my agents in Antwerp, Amsterdam, Leyden, Haarlem, and other great towns. Some has been promised by the refugee merchants in England. And for the rest, Cullenberg, Vandenberg, and Hoogstraten will help. The House of Nassau must make up the balance. Louis sat thoughtful. His eyes narrowed while he made a mental calculation. I could raise 10,000, he said at length. William added the sum to the list he held in his hand. John will help, he remarked. And I will do what I can. Would we now had the money we once spent on pleasure? Yet those were golden days, and I regret them not. He rose and paced up and down the room, holding his papers. There are the Huguenots under the Avengers. They would do something. Then I think many would join us. Alva is so hated. Louis remained in the window seat, gazing out on the golden April day, which was now fading to a close. I will do whatever you tell me, he said with a submission that was almost childlike, from one so brilliant in achievement. A single bell sounded through the stillness of the castle. It is for the evening service, said William. Will you go? Tired and dusty as he was, the Count asserted. And you? He asked. William put his papers carefully away under the Bible. In my mother's house. I may honor my mother's faith, he said. The two young men went down to the chapel together. End of section 29. Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen. Recording by Ricki. Section 30 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ricki. Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen. Section 30. Juliana of Stolberg. A few days after the return of Count Louis to Dillenburg, a notable company was gathered in the large council chamber. It was long since it had served for councils, having for many a day been put to lighter uses, for ball, feast, and family celebration. There was no magnificence save only the magnificence of the high Gothic arches, and no splendor save only the splendor of the windows gorgeous with the lion and billets of Nassau, in blue and yellow, and the twisted lettering of the motto of the house, Ce sera Nassau, moi je m'entendrai. A plain oak table, no longer polished, and worn to a tint like dark silver, occupied the center of the room. A circle of high-backed chairs, covered with fringed leather and fastened with tarnished gilt nails, surrounded the table. The one near the window was distinguished by arms shaped like twisted dragons, and there sat William of Orange, with a pile of letters and papers in his hand. His dark face, his dark habit were in shadow against the glowing light of the colored glass. His head was bent a little, and his long brown fingers he absently fluttered over the pages of the documents he held. On one side of him sat Count John and Count Louis, on the other Count Adolphus and Count Henry, while beyond the 5 brothers were Count Vanderburg, Count Hugenstraten, Count Cullenberg, the Seigneur de Villars, and the Seigneur de Coqueville, the French Huguenots. All these gentlemen were young in years, and grave in deportment, being indeed weighted with matters of life and death. 2 of the Nassau counts, Adolphus and Henry, were little more than boys, the younger being 18. His bright locks, his eager ardent look, the charm of his early morning years, made him a pleasant picture as he gazed intently at the prince, to whom he bore so distinct and touching a likeness. The details of the intended raid of the Netherlands were being discussed. In a quiet voice, William had read out the sums at their disposal. 50,000 crowns from the great cities of the Netherlands and the refugees in England, 50,000 crowns from the prince himself, 10,000 from Louis, 30,000 from Hugenstraten, 30,000 each from Cullenberg and Vanderburg, 10,000 by a secret messenger from the Dowager Countess Whom, the desperate mother of the 2 doomed men, Whom and Montigny, who lay one in a Spanish, one in a Flemish prison, ignorant of each other's fate. In addition to this, William placed on the table a list of jewels, furniture, plate, dogs, falcons, pictures, and precious apparel, such as robes trimmed with valuable furs, laces, and costly velvets embroidered with jewels. Count John, too, announced that he had pledged his estates to raise a large sum of ready money, and the Huguenot gentlemen offered both men and gold. "We cannot give nothing but our swords," said Henry of Nassau, looking half vexed, half smiling at Adolphus, who added softly, "and our lives." William heard the words. He glanced quickly at his 2 younger brothers and slightly winced. From the first moment when he had resolved to undertake this tremendous struggle, it had not been the treasure that he had thought of, but the noble lives that might be sacrificed. Before this dark venture on which he was engaging was over, the house of Nassau might be stripped of all its sons, as leaves are stripped from a tree, and blown uselessly down the wind. And as for those gathered round him now, how many might fall, even in the first shock of battle. As for himself, he had staked everything he possessed on the thick sheets of paper on the table before him, so had named all his property. The sale of this would leave him poor, nay, almost a beggared man. Yet even with all these sacrifices, the total sum raised was barely sufficient for one campaign, since they had to pay mercenaries and support them in a country already desolate and mastered by foreign troops. "And it is Alva who is against us," said William. His eyes gleamed as he spoke the great captain's name, and his voice vibrated with excitement. "And beyond Alva are the treasure of Spain," added Cullenberg, glancing at the list of their own poor resources. "That," said the prince quickly, is not so tremendous. The treasure of Spain. It will take all the gold of America to govern the Netherlands, as Alva means to govern them. To maintain an army in a country ruined, barren, the trade lost, the wealthy fled. Alva is a poor financier, and he will not obtain much aid from Philip, who looks to see gold pouring from the Netherlands, not into them. To exhaust Alva's resources is but a question of time. But we, asked Louis, can we wait? If this first attempt fails, can we go on? We can go on until we die, answered William. There is nothing to stop us but the failure of ourselves. There are plenty of men and plenty of money in the world, many who hate Spain and who love the Reformed faith. We do not venture in a little cause, nor a foolish one. Louis looked at his brother. For me, I shall not fail, save only by my death, he said. I do believe it, said William warmly, and think the same true of all here present. Signors, for yourself you can answer your cause, your faith, your country. For the House of Nassau, I can speak. He glanced at his 4 brothers. We shall not hesitate, nor turn back, nor lay down our arms, until these provinces of His Majesty be released from the desolation of the Spaniards, and from the abomination of the Inquisition, or till death free us from our task. He did not speak vaingloriously or boastfully, nor with any arrogance or pride, but almost sadly, and on those present, who knew how long he had deliberated, how strenuously he had striven to bring the government to reason and moderation, how loath he had been to take up arms against Philip. This solemn declaration of his irrevocable decision had a weighty effect. They knew that he had dedicated himself, his brothers, and all the possessions of his famous house to this cause, not with reckless enthusiasm of the adventurer, nor with the hot-headed daring of one who had nothing to lose, but with the serene strength of one who had been regally great, who had owned everything the world can offer, and who had quietly laid down all rather than become an accomplice to senseless tyranny. He waited for no comment on his words, but selecting a rough map of the Netherlands from the papers before him, laid it on the table, where the bright glow of the window flushed it gold, and indicated with his finger the routes to be taken by the attacking forces, which were to be divided into 3 under Louis, de Villars, and de Coqueville, while he himself was to wait at Cleves with a 4th contingent to follow up success or cover defeat. De Coqueville by Artois with the French Huguenots and refugees, 2,000 or 3,000 men, said the prince, glancing at the Frenchman, who smiled and nodded. Hoogstraten with de Villars, through Huliers and Mainstrecht, Louis and Friesland. On the west, all should be in the field by May. He leant back in his chair and folded up his papers. All these expeditions will be desperate adventures, he added abruptly. You, gentlemen, will be taking raw troops and mercenaries against the finest veterans in the world. Yet, men have been victorious before, with bad tools and a good cause. I do not think of failure, answered Louis, with that eager gaiety that showed so charmingly in him, for he was no ignorant stripling, but a brilliant, experienced soldier. William looked at him in silence. It was in his mind that they must think of failure and meet it often. But now was not the moment for doubt and discouragement, and the native cheerfulness of the prince made it easy for him to assume a calm and hopeful front. With a half laugh, he handed to Louis, Cullenberg, and Vanderburg their several commissions for raising men and levying war against Philip and his men, to prevent the desolation overhanging this country by the ferocity of the Spaniards. to maintain the privileges sworn to by His Majesty and his predecessors, to prevent the extirpation of all religion by the edicts, and to save the sons and daughters of the land from abject slavery, we have requested our dearly loved brother, Louis of Nassau, to issue as many troops as he shall think needful. So, still preserving the fiction of loyalty, did William defy Philip in terms of courteous submission to his Majesty. So he, as sovereign Prince of Orange, owning no lord, exercised his right to levy troops and declare war. He had already refused haughtily the jurisdiction of Alva's Council of Troubles, and proclaimed that he was only answerable to his peers, the chapter of the Knights of the Golden Fleece, and to the Emperor, and now he put himself even more definitely on the side of Philip's enemies. His expression was almost amused as he gave the three counts the formal copies of their commission. His quick mind looked forward and saw that spare, pale figure wandering round the half-built Escorial. And his rage when he learnt that the one grandee of the Netherlands who had escaped his far-flung net was likely to strike a blow that would revenge all the others. The council broke up. As the gentlemen left the apartment, the Seigneurs de Villars asked Count Louis what news from the provinces. "The last news a week old is but the same story," replied Louis. "Murder, massacre, confiscation. It is believed that the Duchess will retire to Parma, leaving Alva absolute master, as he is indeed now. Cullenberg's palace on the horse market has been confiscated, as a revenge for the conspiracy that was plotted there," added Hugenstratton, with a smile. "The Mass on Parma's wedding day, the banquet of beggars. Cullenberg has paid dear for a sermon and a dinner." "Brederode is paid dearer," said Cullenberg. "He is dead, is he not, the great beggar?" asked de Coqueville. "At Castle Handenburg," answered the Nassau Count a little sadly. "He fell into melancholy and drank himself to death, so his great shouting and fury ended in nothing, like a huge wind flowing aimlessly and suddenly dropping. Alas, he would have served us well now. I am sorry that his gaiety and his courage are overlaid with dust forever. It is strange to think that Brederode is silent at last," remarked Vandenberg, "he who laughed and talked so well." The western light of evening filled the old, plain, pleasant castle as the Nassau princes and their guests went down to the chapel where the preacher had already entered for evening service. This chapel, once gorgeous with the beautiful pomp of the ancient faith, was now entirely bare of all ornament. Plain glass filled the windows, which had once glowed with regal colors. The ordinary light of day now entered and lit all the aisles and arches, which had once been obscured with mysterious gloom. A coat of whitewash obliterated the paintings on the walls, and pillars and ceiling. Plain rows of benches took the place of carved prie-dieu and tasseled cushions. The pulpit was of simple wood, the seat of the Nassau family directly facing it, and each placed a Bible and a prayer book, with a broad green marker waylaid. Green curtains on brass rods screened off the upper portion of the arches, and green boughs waved against the clear windows. The interior of the church was all colored with this green reflection, which was extraordinarily cool, quiet, and peaceful. When William and his companions entered the chapel, it was already nearly full, most of the household being in their places. In the Nassau pew sat the Countess of Nassau, Juliana of Stolberg, her daughters, Magdalena, Juliana, and Catherine, the wife of Vanderburg, Near them were their women. Anne had not come, being literally ill with rage at her husband's decision to sell his property. But René Lemoine was there. She glanced continually at the 4 Nassau women, so handsome, so modest, so fine, with her simple attire and princely carriage. She saw that the Countess of Nassau was pale, and guessed the reason. Of all who were sacrificing to the Protestant cause and to the rescue of the Netherlands, no one was giving more what this lady was. 4 splendid sons to the war and peril, a 5th to possible ruin, all her own possessions, the husband of her favored daughter, the wealth and security of her house, and all her kinsmen. When William and his brothers entered and took their places in the pew before her, she lifted her eyes from her Bible and gazed at them with unspeakable yearning and unspeakable triumph. This was an offering worthy to put before the Lord. These were men fit to be dedicated to his service. The noble, magnificent William, the pride of his name, and famous in Europe, the handsome Louis, gallant, pious, intelligent, and brave, the chivalrous Adolphus in his healthy young manhood, Henry, the graceful youth already promising all the splendors of his race, John, resolute, loyal, capable, who had laid down all he possessed at the service of his brother. Their mother's gaze traveled from one to the other of them as they sat before her, and her heart contracted and her lips trembled, as she wondered when she would see them all together again, as she wondered how many would return to her, how many would fall in the struggle on which they were now entering. She did not complain, even in her inmost heart. The touch of sternness that was inevitable with a sincere belief in her austere creed strengthened her and enabled her to be glad and proud that they were all united in a cause she considered sacred. She was prepared to let them go, to lose them, if God willed, one after the other, and neither to murmur nor lament. Yet, how she cared, how she suffered in the midst of her pride and triumph. The pain that shook her as she watched them, so young, so brilliant, so pleasant. None present guessed, save perhaps René Lemoine, whose senses were acute with love. The Countess knew for what reason the council had been held today. She knew that in a while now all would scatter to try the desperate chances of a desperate war, and not by one word would she have striven to hold them back. But as the quiet service continued, as the green glow of the trees was changed to the westering flood of red over those 5 martial figures who had once been children on her knee, Juliana of Stolberg breathed a prayer for them that was a prayer of agony. When the service was over, she lingered a little in the white chapel, now filling with the dusk. Her limbs trembled and her eyes were misty. Her daughters stayed with her, all sad for their brothers, Catherine too for her husband. Each woman thought of the long vista of anxious days before them, days of waiting, days of news, perhaps worse than waiting, days when they would remember with such poignant pain this present time of peace. They slowly left the chapel, René behind them, unnoticed in the shadow. In the antechamber, William waited for his mother. Her dark eyes smiled at him. She put out her hand and touched his shoulder. "When do you start?" she asked. "In a week or so. We should be all in the field by May." "Ah, so soon?" She said no more, and she still smiled. But René, the other woman, who loved William, understood with a dreadful sympathy what was being endured by the Countess's brave heart. End of section 30. Recording by Ricki. Section 31 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ricki Chidez. Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen. Section 31. Heiliger Lee. By the end of April, Louis of Nassau and his army of refugees, adventurers, and mercenaries had entered Friesland, and at Appingdam he was joined by Adolphus in command of a troop of horse, and the two brothers advanced on Groningen, which town refused to receive the rebels but gave them a sum of money on condition that they renounced an attack on the city. With this much-needed treasure, Louis was enabled to keep together his troops and enroll more of the fugitives, who daily flocked to his banner, while he retained his headquarters in Appingdam, strengthening his forces and waiting for news of the enemy. Early in May, Ehrenberg, stadtholder of Friesland, came in sight of Louis's entrenchments. There was a sharp skirmish, and Ehrenberg fell back on Witweram Abbey, where he encamped, waiting for the arrival of Count Meghem, stadtholder of Gelders, who was coming through the Coevelden with reinforcements of infantry and light horse. Louis was aware that Alva's two lieutenants were only waiting to join forces to attack him. Even if Ehrenberg did not fall on him alone, he knew too that the troops coming against him were 4,000 of Alva's best men, including Bracamonte's famous Sardinian regiments, and he was keenly conscious of the wretched rabble of his own troops showed in consequence. They were mostly untrained, mostly in poor condition, and had only been kept from a mutiny by the money of the city of Groningen and Louis's acts and promises. William's brother had started on this enterprise with a recklessness that was not impudence but heroism. He was a good general and a fine soldier, and well knew how desperate was his adventure with such materials. But he had not hesitated, for to wait for more money and better men would have been to wait forever. Learning that Meghem had not yet arrived at Ehrenberg's camp, he shifted his own position, marched 3 leagues through a little forest of fir trees, and entrenched himself near the monastery of Heiliger Lee. There he was joined by a messenger disguised as a priest, who brought him news from Maestricht. It was completely disastrous. Illness had prevented Hugenstraten from taking his appointed command, and the Signor de Villars had led the forces which were to attack Juliers, raise the country, and secure Maestricht. These objects had failed. The 2 Spanish generals de Lodrovo and de Avila had attacked and defeated him at Dahlem. All the invading forces of 3,000 men had been put to the sword, and de Villars himself sent to Brussels for execution. So ended one of the 3 attempts on the Netherlands. Louis crushed the dispatch, which had been sent by one of the prince's secret agents in Maestricht, into his doublet, and said not a word of its contents to any, even to Adolphus. That evening they dined in the convent of Heiliger Lee, which the monks had fled at their approach. The abbot had joined Ehrenberg at Witteweram. The building was pleasantly situated on a slightly rising ground, which behind sloped up to a wood of short poplars and beech. To the left was a large plain divided, for agricultural purposes, into squares by means of ditches or canals. Before it and to the right was a vast stretch of swampy ground, which, though covered with lush grass and in part transformed into pasture land, was, at this season of the year, impassable. A stone causeway leading to the convent crossed this deceitful morass, which was bordered by a road winding round the wood and hill, the road by which Ehrenberg must arrive if he made an attack. Louis' position was as good as was possible to find in a country so dangerous by reasons of ditches and swamps. The shoulder of the hill protected some of the troops, and the remainder occupied the only piece of dry ground in the vicinity. The morass stretched before their encampment as a natural defense. The heights, too, of Heiliger Lee, artificially created by early monks, were the only rising portions of the ground in the whole flat district, which was girdled and swamped by overflowing waters of the M and the Lippe. The ground was historic. As the two brothers wandered in the convent gardens before the dinner hour, they reminded each other of their school learning, which they had read of Hermann, the early Goth, who on the very swamp at which they now gazed had turned back the victorious legions of Rome. And now again the Germanic people had gathered to resist Latin tyranny and to oppose proud assumption of universal dominion by the assertion of man's eternal right to freedom of person and of conscience. It was a fair evening, and the scene before the two young generals was beautiful, with languid, mellow golden beauty of the Low Countries. The swamps, covered with grass of a most brilliant green hue, melted to a wistful horizon straight as the line of the sea and misted with gold, which faded into the soft azure of the heavens. The woods were the same hues, a sharp, bright, delicate green and gold, dull and glowing like the tint of honey. The road and the stone causeway were warm with a dusky golden shadow of evening. The convent buildings were warm and mellow in tone. The low-walled gardens before the doors were filled with homely flowers, pinks, stocks, and wallflowers. Louis leant his elbows on the wall and looked across the low, sweet prospect. His eyes traveled to the plain, where his ill-equipped forces were encamped. He watched the men moving among the tents preparing their food, and thought of those 4,000 beaten out of existence at Dahlem, and of the Seigneur de Vigers, awaiting to be sent to the scaffold. Louis remembered him in the last council at Dillenburg, how he had asked for Brederode and lamented for his death, he whose own days had been so numbered. The Nassau Count's face hardened. Who would next pay the toll to the Spanish fury? Adolphus spoke, scattering his brother's thoughts. If they try to cross the swamp, we have them, he said keenly, surveying the verdant, treacherous ground. Ehrenberg is stadtholder here. He must know the country, replied Louis. If it were a Spanish commander, I would have different and better hopes. I have good hopes, said Adolphus. He was tonight a little quieter, graver than usual. His fair and youthful face wore an expression of serenity and resolution Louis had not seen there before. But he had never been with his brother on the eve of battle. Louis was glad he had not spoken of the news from Juliers. Ehrenberg will have good hopes too, he answered lightly. He despises us, and the beggars bitterly enough. Strange how in the old days at Brussels we rode and ate together, we and Megam, and now come to this. Ehrenberg is a sick man, said Adolphus. They say he can hardly sit his horse. I would rather die young than grow to be sick. A white pigeon and a white butterfly took flight together from the convent wall and flew side by side across the swamp until they were lost in the melting mists of the distance. Adolphus pointed to them. Like two souls departing, he said, putting back the thick lock of hair the evening breeze blew across his eyes. Do you remember the scryer who foretold our fortunes at Leipzig? He added. Yes, said Louis with a smile. He is in the camp. He followed us from Groningen and asked me leave to join us. He was with Brederode. He said even to his death then wandered in our track from Germany. Do you think he really can read portents in the stars?" The young Protestant general answered slowly, "It does not seem to me that God would permit his heavens to show forth signs of murmurs to profit by. Yet these fellows have a grain of truth in their predictions, though maybe of the devil. Did not this man say in Leipzig, we should all die a bloody death? And who among us then thought of war?" "He told me yesterday," said Adolphus, "that for 3 nights there had been a falling star above Groningen, and that Ehrenberg's hours were counted." "God's will be done," said Louis soberly. He gave another glance at his camp, and then turned into the convent, where their simple meal was ready. They were about to rise from the table when an officer brought into their presence a young peasant, a tall brown Frieslander, who told them that he had been running all day before Ehrenberg's army to warn them of the enemy's approach. "The stadtholder is coming straight on you," he said simply. "He has with him many foreign soldiers and the 6 cannon of Groningen." "We," said Louis, "shall be ready to meet him." Rising, he looked into the eyes, so blue and placid, of the young giant who had given him this valuable warning. "Can you handle a matchlock or hold a pike?" he asked. "Either in the service of your excellency," answered the man quickly. "Anything to give blow to the Spaniards. I have strong hands." And he held them out. Louis smiled to check a sigh. "We are none of us great soldiers," he said, "but we may be great fighters, if God's will." He took the silver beggar medal from his neck and gave it to the Frieslander, bidding the officer who had brought him to enroll him in some company which was not full strength. The young general and his brother then threw their mantles about them, and descending the hill, went on foot among the encampment, exhorting and encouraging the men who now were enthusiastic enough, and disposing the troops. The motley army was arranged in 2 battalions on the plain where they had encamped, each squadron flanked by musketeers, and one protected by the base of the hill, on the brow of which was placed some light armed troops, at once the decoy and the shield of the main army. The most dangerous position was assigned to the cavalry. This, under the command of Adolphus, was in the vanguard of all, directly facing the wood-bordered road along which the Spaniards would approach. When all arrangements were complete, and all the officers had received their instructions at the hastily called field council, the brothers returned up the hill. The stars were now beginning to fade in the light of a pallid dawn. The woods were hushed, the fields serene. The bodies of men moving about to take up their positions were indistinct black masses in the obscurity. Louis felt his blood beat strongly. He was about to strike the first blow in the cause to which his house was now pledged. Tremendous results, moral and material, hung on the issue of tomorrow's battle, and there was almost everything against him. When he went to change into his complete armor, he fell on his knees on the bare floor of the convent room and prayed, "God, as we fight, not for our own profit, nor glory, but for thy poor people, forgive us all our loves, and our hates, our lusts and our mistreadings, and let those who fall tomorrow die in thy mercy." When he had armed, he dismissed his pages and went down to where Adolphus already waited in the convent garden. The young count wore a suit of black mail, with a little scarlet plume, like a burst of flame in his casque, and across his heart a scarf of that orange color, so bright and deep but it was frequently mistaken with the scarlet sash of the Spanish officers. Louis's harness was of an uncolored steel. He too wore the orange scarf, the tasseled ends of which fell to his thigh. Among the fragrant flower beds 2 grooms held the 2 black horses of the brothers. The light had now strengthened, so that they could distinguish the pikemen from the musketeers on the plain below, and discern the sutlers hastening to the rear of the baggage wagons. Adolphus glanced at the banners which were being displayed in the still air, all of them glittering with gold and silk, which traced, he knew, the patriotic and bold inscriptions. Then he watched with interest his own banner being brought up the hill by a galloping horseman. Louis, straining his eyes down the darkening road, where Ehrenberg was almost due. He will wait for Meghem, who cannot be a day's march behind, he said anxiously. God be entreated, said Adolphus, that he attacks us. They mounted and were scarcely in the saddle before news came from the outposts that Ehrenberg was in sight. The banner of Adolphus now waved at the head of his little troop of horsemen, not more than 300, who waited on the hill to take up their position. Adolphus still looked at this banner. The morning breeze caught the folds and blew them out, showing the arms of Nassau, with the mark of cadency of the fourth son and the words Je me traindrai. Together with the inscription was the motto of Louis's army, Nunc aut nuquam recuperiat mori. The brothers now, by a common instinct, turned to each other and clasped hands. The 2 fine young faces, so alike in feature and expression in the stern frame of the open casque, gazed at each other with a wistful and silent affection. Their hands loosened as they moved away, when suddenly Adolphus turned back, and dropping the reins, threw his right arm around Louis's neck with a womanly gesture and kissed him. Then at a gallop he swept away, put himself at the head of his little troop, and led them down the hill to their desperate and perilous position. End of section 31. Recording by Ricki. Section 32 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ricki. Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen. Section 32. The First Battle. Ehrenberg and his men came in sight of the beggars, opened fire on the light troops on the hill from the Groningen cannon, then paused. Louis of Nassau, waiting at the head of the main body of his army, felt his heart sink. He discerned that the stadtholder had noticed that to carry the rebels' position he must needs cross the swamp, and that he preferred to skirmish and wait for Meghem with reinforcements. An hour of bright morning passed heavily by then. To the intense relief of Louis, Ehrenberg again opened fire. The impatient Spanish officers had reproached the Netherlander for his slowness and caution. They had no wish to share glory and spoils with Meghem's men. They believed that the beggars would fly at sight of them. They even taunted Ehrenberg. Bracamonte, the general of the Sardinian troops, dared to suggest that the stadtholder, like his rebellion countrymen, was at heart a heretic. Ehrenberg, broken by illness, stung and inflamed by the southern insolence, gave orders for an immediate attack, orders that were against his own knowledge and experience, and against the trend of all of Alva's advice. So the guns of the city of Groningen again opened fire, and their sound was music in the ears of the rebel commander, and the acrid smell of the powder sweeter than the fresh perfume of the flowers opening to the early morning in the convent garden. The light force, which had received the fire, now fled from their position. Louis smiled keenly, watching the enemy. Again there was a pause in the royal ranks. Again Ehrenberg suggested a stratagem and the dangerous nature of the ground. But the Spanish officers were now beyond control. Seeing the flight of the troops on the hillside, a flight that was, as Ehrenberg suspected, a snare, they believed the whole rabble of the beggars were in a rout before them, and rushed forward to attack and disperse the 2 squadrons of the main army. As they dashed from the road and the wood, brandishing their swords and shouting to each other, man after man plunged into the morass. The treacherous grass gave way beneath them, while the deep pools left by the peat gatherers sucked in others to their necks. In a few moments, the entire advance guard of the Spaniards was entangled, helpless, and perishing in the swamp. Louis now ordered up his musketeers, who opened a quick fire on the struggling enemy and drove them back again into the marsh. Meanwhile, Bracamonte was bringing up his rear guard to the rescue. Louis, perceiving this, sent his concealed battalions round the base of the hill to cut off the Spanish. Bracamonte, finding himself ambushed and fresh contingents of the Netherlanders pouring in on his ranks, utterly lost his courage. Shouting confused orders to his troop, he turned and fled. His men, surprised, left without a leader, were instantly driven back by the beggars, and fell into a helter-skelter confusion onto those already entrapped in the morass. The battlefield was now one of carnage. The verdant fields of grass were broken into trampled slime that disfigured the gay armor of the dead and dying Sardinian soldiers, whose dark faces were twisted into an expression of wrath and amazement. The stagnant peat pools glowed horrid with blood. The once pure air smelled foul with smoke. The soft sounds of the bird and insect were changed for broken curses, shouts of despair, and gasped prayers. The proud, insolent, and arrogant troops of Spain knew themselves completely scattered and beaten by the rebels, at whom they had so jeered and laughed. Louis, gathering together the remainder of his men, dashed forward with weapons and banners uplifted, and fell upon the bewildered fugitives. Ehrenberg had watched the troops, who had refused to listen to his order, go to their steady defeat, when Bracamonte, riding hard for safety, dashed past him. A bitter smile curled his pale lip. "Save yourself," shouted the Spaniard. But the Netherlander, at whose courage the Southern had mocked, never left his post. He saw perfectly that the day was lost. His men were being cut to pieces before his eyes. His officers had fled. Under his command he had only a few horsemen. Turning his gaze from the bloody melee where Louis was driving before him the boasted Sardinian regiments, Ehrenberg looked to the road, which was barred by Adolphus and his horsemen, who still presented unbroken ranks, though they had received the first shock of the artillery. The few officers left in attendance on the stadtholder urged his immediate flight along the road he had just traversed. "How shall I account for this day's work to Alva?" answered the Netherlander sternly. Rising to his stirrups, he called to his men to follow him and hurled himself on the young Nassau. The 2 leaders singled each other out. They had last met in the tennis courts at the Nassau Palace in Brussels. They smiled at each other, and both fired. Ehrenberg received the ball in his side, but fired again, then struck with his sword at the flame-like plume on the black casque. It dipped and fell backwards. At the same moment, a rush of beggar cavalry drove the stadtholder before them. He looked round and perceived that all his men had fled, save a few attendants. He had been shot twice through the side. His disease bowed him to the saddle with pain. The weight of his armor was almost intolerable. He cast away his helmet, whose protection he despised, and retreated slowly, keeping his face to the enemy. A musket ball struck his horse, which fell under him. 2 attendants picked him up and dragged the animal to its feet. It staggered a few paces, then fell dead. A second time Ehrenberg got to his feet. 2 rebel troopers approached him, he shot both, and continued to limp along the stone causeway on which the fresh blood was drying in the May sun. He saw a large body of the enemy coming passionately behind him, and dragged himself painfully off the road onto a little meadow that sloped to the wood. There he stood at bay, leaning his back against a little fir tree that could hardly support his weight, and wiping with the ragged ends of his sash the cold sweat from his brow and the blood from his sword. The enemy soon discovered him. There was half a regiment of them. He gathered all his strength to straighten his body, that he might meet them standing. Another shot struck him. He fell on his knees, still wielding his sword. One against many, one officer cried out to spare him, for it was the stadtholder. But even as he spoke, Ehrenberg fell, shot through the throat, sinking on his own sword, which broke and fell beneath him. They picked him up and wrapped him in a cloak, and carried him through the morass filled with his dead soldiers to the victorious Louis of Nassau. That young general was flushed with hope. He had seen the veteran troops of Spain go down before the onslaught of the beggars, and the Nassau arms wave above the field of victory. The sun was only just beginning to slant in the heavens, and there was not one of all boastful hosts of that morning to fire a shot or raise a sword for Spain. When the dead general was laid at his feet, Louis uncovered. "He should have been spared," he said in a moved voice. They lifted up the mantle, and Louis looked down at the fiery stadtholder, now mangled with shot and sword. "He was too good to be Alva's pawn," he said. "Such bravery went ill with such a cause." He ordered the body to be carried up to the convent, and sent a messenger to his brother. He was himself turning up the hill when the clear challenge of advancing trumpets came across the wood. "Meghem," cried Louis, and hastened back to the head of his troop. It was in truth the stadtholder of Geldres. Louis hastily called off the pursuers, and, in the fear of another attack, drew back his entire force onto the dry ground. But Count Meghem was alone. His troops had been too exhausted to push on. He, however, with a small bodyguard, had hurried from Zeidlaren, where he had found a letter from Ehrenberg, bidding him hasten. Before he reached the encampment of the beggars, the stream of fugitives told him of disaster. From some flying, he learnt of Ehrenberg's utter defeat and death. Wild with fury, he pushed recklessly on until he was able to discern with his own eyes the distant swamp, where had been engulfed the veterans of Spain. Then, turning his horse's head, he pressed back to Zeidlaren, and ordered his men to fall back and secure Groningen, in which city he sat down to write the news to Alva. Louis, secure that there would be no further attack, now occupied himself in seeing to the troops, and ordering the disposition of the wounded, who were not numerous, though more than 1,000 of the enemy had been slain. It was the hour of sunset when he returned to the convent. He expected there to find his brother, for whom he had repeatedly asked, but whom he had not seen since the battle. He believed that Adolphus must have gone in pursuit of Raccamonte's flying battalions. With a sigh of fatigue, he took off his casque and gloves and called for water, and for his page to unbuckle his armor. "Where is Count Adolphus?" he asked again, looking round him. The officers who filled the chamber were silent. Then one of them drew Louis to the door of an inner room which had been a monk's cell. The little apartment was flooded with light, which poured through the dancing green branches of the fruit trees without, and was musical with the evening song of birds. The only furniture was a chair, a table, and a bed. On the chair was a splendid stained sword. On the table, a black cask with a flame-like plume, and on the bed something wrapped in a banner with the Nassau device, which had waved that morning at the head of Adolphus' little troop of horse. Louis could read quite plainly the words, "Nunc aut nuquam recupariat mori." They were slightly sprinkled with blood. At the bottom of the bed, the banner lifted, showing the soles of 2 mailed feet. For a moment, Louis felt his courage and strength leave him. He leant against the door lintel, as weak as a sick girl. Then, "He is dead," he said. "Why was I not told?" And with a firm step he approached the bed and turned back the silk fold of the banner. The young man lay with his head turned towards the wall. Ehrenberg's sword, cutting through steel and leather, had cloven the fair curls, and the youthful forehead, an inch deep. The reverently placed linen bandage was crimson with blood, and the long locks were clotted and tangled. The lips were strained into what seemed a stern smile, and the head had fallen so that the chin was raised haughtily. The orange scarf was pierced with a bullet that had entered under the edge of the cuirass. Above the wound, the young warrior's fine hands had been crossed. Louis gazed long and earnestly, recalling every word of the youth's speech last night, every gesture, recalling his last embrace that morning, and the victory, bought with his dear brother, became as nothing to Louis of Nassau. The first toll had been paid, very early in the fight. Had it been exacted, with the first crossing of swords, a Nassau had laid down his life. Louis bowed his head as he replaced the banner fold over the dead features, and his eyes swelled and burnt with tears. Two of Adolphus's officers came softly forward now, gathering courage to speak. It was the Stadtholder slew his excellency. They came together through all their troop. The Count fell, very valiantly, wounded at the first onslaught. His 2 esquires were shot by Count Ehrenberg also. We brought him here, added the other, not to disturb your lordship with grief until the last fight was over. Louis did not answer. He stood heavily looking at the straight outline beneath the banner and thinking of the gallant figure who had kissed him that morning before the battle, and of the prince at Cleves, and the women at Dillenburg waiting for news. To whom would come this news? This and the news from Juliers, which Adolphus had never known. Barren and small seemed his victory to Louis, and heavy and mysterious the ways of God. He left the little chamber, closing the door gently, as if he feared to disturb his brother's solemn sleep, and went out into the still garden, now flushed rosy from the setting sun. There against the wall leant a miserable figure, Dupré, the scryer. He glanced furtively and fearfully at Louis, yet with a pleading look, like a dog waiting to be called. Louis started at the sight of him. "Ah, you," he exclaimed. "One of your prophecies has been fulfilled." Dupré abased himself before the young general. "Ach, no," he said humbly. "But, senor, I never told him. I saw 1 star fall by Count Ehrenberg, and 1 for him. But he knew without my words." "Yes, I think he knew," replied Louis. He looked keenly at the half-starved, ragged figure of the refugee. "And when shall I join him, wise fellow?" Dupré crouched away. "The contest will outlast all of the warriors," he muttered. "And your horoscope is more dreadful than his. But how do I know? I cannot read the heavens as I could." "There is no need to look in the heavens for my portents," said Louis, as if speaking to himself. "They are blazed abroad before the eyes of men very clearly." The golden dusk faded, and darkness closed over Heiliger Lee. Soft clouds passed over the setting sun, which pierced them with level rays like spears. The dead men in the morass were hidden. The moving light of lanterns crossed and recrossed the victorious camp. A mist, white and trembling, rose from the swamp and obscured the roadway. The young trees in the forest shivered and faded to a dark hue against the last pearly glow of the west. The birds were silent in the fruit garden, and all the flowers were closed away and hidden in the night. Count Ehrenberg lay lonely with a crucifix on his breast and his cloak folded straight. But throughout the night Louis kept company with his brother, kneeling on the boards beside his bed and wetting the blood-stained banner with his tears. While the heads of 2 young warriors, still so alike, rested for the last time on the same pillow, touched for the last time cheek to cheek and lip to lip. End of section 32. Recording by Ricki Chaidez.
Section 33 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen. News from the Netherlands. The news of the dear-bought victory of Heiliger Lee was late in coming to Dillenburg. It was soon followed by the tale of the complete rout and loss of the third party of invaders, who had invaded Artois under the Seigneur de Coqueville. He and his entire force had been cut down at St. Valery, and the survivors of the defeat had been instantly hanged. From Brussels, too, came other news, as disastrous as sad. Alva's wrath had found a swift vent. The impudence of the master beggars, as Meghem had called them, who had dared to defeat Alva's veteran troops and slay his general, was cruelly revenged on those in Alva's power who were suspected of sympathy with the rebels. The members of the House of Nassau and their adherents were banished on pain of death and their property confiscated. On the ruins of the Dillenburg palace, which he had burnt to the ground, was erected a pillar commemorating the hatching and overthrow of the beggar conspiracy which had begun at the famous banquet held between their walls, and before this desolated spot 18 nobles and gentlemen were publicly executed, their heads and bodies afterward being fastened to stakes and left to moulder on the horse market. And a few days later, Egmont and Horn were brought to Brussels, and Alva filled in the blank death warrants signed by Philip and brought from Spain, with the names of 2 of the most illustrious men in the Netherlands, and the most obstinately loyal to Spain of all those Netherland nobles who hated Granville and served Philip. And on the 6th day of June, the most awful blow yet struck at the Netherlands fell, and Lamoral Egmont, Prince of Gravern, Stadtholder of Flanders, Victor of St. Quentin and Gravelines, and Philip Montmorency, Count Horn and High Admiral, both councillors of the Netherlands and Knights of the Golden Fleece, were publicly executed in the great square at Brussels. The whole country shuddered to the heart, and the hatred of Alva grew to a passion and a fury. There came other news to Dillenburg, to agonize Count John and the waiting women there, news of more obscure victims. A lady and her servant, who 2 years before had struck an image of the Virgin with a slipper, were drowned by the hangman in a hogshead on the scaffold. A Lutheran who had died in prison was dragged to the place of execution and beheaded with his companions. People were arrested by the 10s, the 50s, the 100s, and put to death without trial. Flight was no longer possible, as the ports were closed against heretics. Trade was at a standstill, commerce at an end. All industries were destroyed, agriculture ruined. The rich properties had been all confiscated or plundered by Noircarmes, Meghem, and their followers. The great nobles had perished or were in exile, and the nation lay stunned and bleeding before her slaughterers. In every town, in every village, new scaffolds were built, new fires lit. In every field and orchard the festering bodies hung. On every high road wandered destitute, half-crazed survivors, homeless and bereaved. The death bell was now the only music in a land once given to merriment, and the only dancing that of the dead swinging and shaking in their chains on gibbets, stakes, and trees. The great squares of the great cities, once worn smooth by the passing of thousands of busy feet, were now covered with rank grass and weeds, which were only disturbed by the tramp of the soldiery or the feeble steps of some half-starving wretches creeping into hiding. Only the churches remained wealthy amid the poverty. Only the priests and the Spaniards remained gorged and fat among the miserable and ruined, for while Netherland blood watered Netherland earth, Netherland gold streamed into Spanish pockets. So had the Duke of Alva redeemed his boast that he would tame these men of butter. So with the sword, the fire, the rope, the axe, he strove to uproot and destroy the seed Martin Luther had planted too deep for any man's uprooting and destroying. The messenger who brought the news of the Artois disaster to Count John, and also dispatches from William, who was holding his position as well as was possible, was Francis Junius, the young minister who had preached in the now-destroyed Dillenburg palace on Parma's wedding day. This man, who was absolutely without fear, on one occasion he had preached in a room lit by the flames of fellow heretics perishing at the stake without, had been in Brussels and had actually mingled with the crowd that had been a horrified witness of the death of Horn and Egmont. Then, after wandering through the desolate country and administering such comfort as he was able to the persecuted people, he had joined William at Cleves and, by him, been sent to Dillenburg. When Junius had left Count John, Juliana of Stolberg sent for him. He found her in a quiet room of the castle with her 3 daughters, Anne of Saxony, the Countess of Hoogstraten, and several of her women. The chamber was hung with worsted tapestry in sombre and faded hues. Against this background the group of women, all in the dull black of mourning, with black caps on their fair hair and white ruffs surrounding their fair faces, made a startling picture. She, in the deepest mourning of all, was Hoogstraten's wife. Her dress was dull, without a touch even of white, for the Countess Hoogstraten was the sister of Count Horn. She was seated next to the Countess Vanderburg, and the two were embroidering a child's dress with white and black thread. The Princess of Orange, pale and haggard in the bitter black robes, played with the little white dog that lay on her knee. Renee, also in mourning, sat on a low stool beside her mistress. Francis Junius was also in a plain black gown, a little worn and rusty, and a linen band without lace. He was not discomposed by the presence of all these great ladies, but saluted them with the civil calm that was his habitual manner. The Countess of Nassau rose and received him with a sweet courtesy. "You come from my son," she said as she set him a chair with her own hands, "from the Prince of Orange? If you are not fatigued, I would hear some news of him." The slim young minister sat gravely facing the semicircle of ladies. His worn and hollow face bore traces of disease and anxiety, but was animated with ardour and enthusiasm. "The prince is very well, gracious madame, and bore most valiantly the grievous news. He is engaged in raising fresh levies for another attempt on the Netherlands. He sends these letters to your princely self and to her highness his wife." With movements as precise as his words, he delivered the letters to the ladies. The countess slipped hers into the bosom of her dress. The princess's letter remained on her lap, on the back of the little dog. Francis Junius kept a reserved silence, as if waiting his dismissal, while the young women whose husbands and brothers were fighting in the cause he preached gazed at him with wide eyes of sympathy and awe. But Juliana of Stolberg wished to hear more of that country where now all her interests were so passionately centered. "Tell us," she said with a sad, gentle earnestness, "of the Netherlands." The preacher flushed and started from his abstraction. "Of the Netherlands?" he repeated. "Alas, I have seen nothing in the Netherlands you or any lady would care to hear." "Do you think we are so weak-hearted?" smiled the countess, pointing to the mourning of all. "What we have endured and what we must endure, our thoughts and our anxieties, serve to steel us." Her lips trembled, and she put out her hand to clasp the sympathetic hand of her daughter Catherine, which crept onto her knee. "Did you see my son Adolphus before he died?" she asked in a firmer voice. "No, madame, but I have heard of the great honor he had in his death, and I heard that the Count Louis was doing very wonderfully and resolutely with his little means." "He had always a high, hopeful heart," replied the countess, "and a very gallant way of cheerfulness. God grant that it be not overthrown nor dimmed." "The house of Nassau," said the preacher, "is greatly blessed by all the poor people of these unhappy provinces. In that noble name alone," he added with reverence, "they place their hopes." "My sons can do much, not everything," answered Juliana of Stolberg. "The people, too, are valiant and patient and fearful of God. Give credit to the people and to such men as yourself, sir." "I?" he exclaimed in genuine astonishment. "I am as helpless before Alva as a straw before the wind." Hoogstraten's wife spoke. Her voice was grave, in tone like that of the admiral, her brother. "But you have been in great peril. There is a price on your head, and yet you stayed?" That, yes," he admitted simply, as if these things were a matter of course. "Why did you stay?" asked Catherine Vanderburg earnestly. "It was the land where I was sent to labor, madame, and perhaps I have been some use, the comforts one on his way to martyrdom, to console the bereaved, to utter a prayer over an unconsecrated grave, to encourage the soldiers of Prince William." His expression became sad and thoughtful, and he bent his head as if it was heavy. "It is all one can do," he added wistfully. "It is enough," said Juliana of Stolberg. "God has guided your steps, that you have come safely through such dangers." Junius did not reply. He knew that he was doomed sooner or later to the torture and the stake, for he did not falter from his determination to continue his simple and heroic ministrations in the Netherlands. "You saw the executions in Brussels?" asked Lenore Hoogstraten in a low tone. "You saw Count Egmont die, and the admiral?" "Yes," replied the minister. "He died bravely in his mistaken faith and his mistaken loyalty." Countess Vanderburg had known the brilliant Egmont in the old glorious days, and she asked with a fearful curiosity after the last moments of that unfortunate grandee, looking tearfully the while at Horn's sad sister. Junius answered in a low voice, quietly giving his impressions of that last scene as he had witnessed it from the crowd. He was not greatly moved by what he recited. His fiery, single-minded piety had never had anything but contempt for such as Egmont, and he had seen more horrible things by far than the death of that nobleman. He came walking very composedly. The scaffold was covered with black cloth, with 2 black velvet cushions. There were Spanish soldiers round, 3,000 of them. I think there were great fears of a rescue. It was hot weather, and the Count came about midday, when the sun was strong. He had asked, I heard, that he might die first. I was close enough to see him quite clearly. His hair was almost white, and he looked very tall. He wore a crimson velvet robe with a black velvet cape, and underneath one could see the badge of the Golden Fleece and his doublet cut away about the neck, by his own hand, I think. He made no speech, but walked up and down, twisting a handkerchief in his hand. He seemed very passionate, and showed rage and despair, asking, I believe, to the very last, if there was not to be a pardon. He disarranged himself, and took off the badge of the fleece, kissed the crucifix the Bishop of Ypres gave him, and knelt. The Spanish captain gave a signal, and I saw the executioner spring out from under the scaffold cloth, and it was over very swiftly. The women remained pale and silent. Only Hoogstraten's wife asked, "And Horn, my brother?" The admiral was more unmoved. He was all in black, and conducted himself without passion, save when he saw his escutcheon hanging reversed on the scaffold, when he protested hotly. He looked on the body of Egmont, then wished the crowd happiness, and begged them to pray for his soul, which I, for one, have done, added Junius simply. He was not wept for like Count Egmont, but I think he was the better man. He lived and died gloomily, said the Countess Hoogstraten. He had no joy in wife or child. I wish I had been with him at the end. Even in his coffin he was lonely, answered Junius. He lay in Stegudel, and no one went near him, but when Egmont was in St. Clara, you could not move for the crowd weeping and praying. Yet, Madame, he turned to Horn's sister, the Admiral will always have the greater honour before God. And the Countess Egmont? Asked Juliana of Stolberg. She and her children were in the utmost poverty, for every thaler he possessed was confiscate. The day of the execution they were supperless, and fled to a convent. Alva, it was said, smiled the preacher, recommended them to Philip's charity. The Nassau ladies exchanged commiserating glances, but Anne looked coldly. The Countess of Egmont had always been an object of her dislike and envy. It is a good lesson to one who is ever over-proud, she remarked. These harsh words, the first that she had uttered since Junius entered her presence, caused the preacher to look at her with a stern surprise. You think I am uncharitable? Commented Anne boldly, returning his gaze with all her bitter, rebellious discontent unveiled in her heavy eyes. But I am one who has lost as much as Countess Egmont in this miserable beggar war. The Countess of Nassau gave her a look of austere reproach. Are you not ashamed to speak so, you who have a husband, a home, and friends, while she is an outcast exile? Are you not ashamed to speak so before the sister of Horn and Montagny? My husband, my home, my friends, muttered Anne as she bent over the little dog, clutching it till it yelped and William's letter fell to the ground. Renée picked it up, the blood receding from her face as she touched the inscription he had written, the wax and cord he had sealed, and her mind pictured him in the midst of his pitiful little army, harassed by 1,000 cares, penning this letter to an unworthy woman. Juliana of Stolberg turned again to the young preacher. You will stay with us a while at Dillenburg, she said, and, after all your labours, rest? He smiled at the idea that rest was any part of his life. Indeed, I must return to the Netherlands, he answered. I shall go back to meet the prince at Strasbourg, and afterwards to the provinces. It is to step into hell's mouth, said the prince's mother, but it is so noble a resolve that I am ashamed to endeavour to dissuade you. They talked a little longer about his work among the persecuted Netherlanders, and then he left them to prepare himself for the service he was to take that evening in the chapel. When he had left, a silence fell over the little group of black-clad women. Only Anne, who was like a firebrand of discord in that peaceful household, was restless. She threw the dog off her knee at last, and limped fretfully about the room. With feverish fingers she tore open the prince's letter, then cast it down. The Countess noticed this and flushed. What have you read that displeases you? She asked. What can I read that will please me? Flashed Anne. What news can come from a man ruined by his own folly? You speak of my son, returned the Countess, trembling. I speak of the man who has reduced me to beggary, cried the princess passionately, and I will use my tongue as I list. It is you who do not use the respect you should, all of you, little nobles that you are, to the Elector Maurice's daughter. The Countess rose. Had you been my daughter, you had been better bred, she said, and learnt many a lesson at the rod's end. You may be finely born, but you are foully trained, or else you are mad. God pity you. If you were not my son's wife, I should have other things to say to you. Since you are, I beg you to stay apart from me, for my soul is too troubled to support cursed humours. Anne was silenced. The Countess, like William, could overawe her if she chose. The princess shuddered with suppressed passion and, as always when defeated, hurried from the room. The Countess seated herself, pale with distaste. Such scenes as these, and worse, were but too common now. Anne had threatened Count John with a dinner-knife, and again wounded her attendants with any weapon she could lay her hands on. Renée bore a bruise on her forehead where the princess had struck her with a wine-bottle. She is mad, said Magdalena with the indignant frankness of youth. She should be put away, indeed she should. I think she is mad, admitted Renée slowly and humbly. She had so completely assumed the burden of Anne's life that she felt as if Anne's faults were her own. She rose now to follow the princess. Stay here, you poor child, said the Countess of Nassau tenderly. Renée thanked her affectionately, but hastened after her mistress. She dared not leave Anne alone. It was always before her, a constant terror, that Anne might escape to Cologne and utterly disgrace the prince, and she felt intensely the responsibility of being the only one who knew how low Anne had descended, even in the days of her prosperity. End of 33. Section 34 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen. The Prince at Bay. In that July, William moved to Strasbourg, steadily and boldly preparing his advance against the Spaniards, his daring inroad into the Netherlands. He had now no allies, save his brother Louis, who, in desperate want of money with mutinous troops, was using all his brilliant audacity and resource to keep his men together in Friesland, where his barren victory of Heiliger Lee had been followed by no fruits, save what little money he could wring from the abbots of Witterum and Heiliger Lee and the forced supplies obtained from the inhabitants of the district. And against this force of ill-disciplined, ill-fed, mutinous, and ill-equipped troops, held together by one man's courage and influence, Alva himself was marching with 15,000 of his veteran regiments. William, pressing forward his own preparations, using all his eloquence, all his energy to raise new levies, to obtain money, hardly dared to think of Louis awaiting the approach of Alva in the marshes of Friesland. He had heard of the entire failure of the 2 other expeditions he had so carefully and adroitly planned, the utter annihilation of the forces of de Coqueville and de Villers, and he had received an even more cruel blow in the news of the death of Adolphus, but in his own task he did not hesitate for a moment in his strenuous preparations nor in his unfaltering endeavours. He had now every one against him, save his own family and a few faithful friends, such as Hoogstraten and Dillenburg. The Emperor, at first favourable to his enterprise, was now drawing closer in an alliance with Spain, and ordered the prince to abandon the cause of the Netherlands on pain of forfeiting all his imperial privileges and dignities, and the German princes, from whose alliance William had hoped so much, became daily colder and colder in the cause of the unhappy provinces. And it was a cause that might seem indeed hopeless. So mighty and terrible was Alva, so supine, so stifled, so exhausted, so crouching the wretched people he had crushed beneath his armed feet, and bound and gagged with the chains and bits of the Holy Inquisition. Since the executions of Egmont and Horn, the heart of the country seemed to cease to beat. Nowhere was any residence made. The tyranny was too extensive, the punishment too swift and universal. The people, drained of blood and money, bowed to the new power, went to mass, and feebly tried to pick up the threads of their former occupations. No one came forward to join Louis, and fewer and more timid became the promises sent to the prince. He continued, however, to plan his own expedition as if it had all been so far successful instead of completely disastrous. The continued campaign of Louis in Friesland was against his advice. He wished his brother to fall back on Cleves instead of awaiting Alva's coming. He himself had brought his levies from Cleves to Strasbourg, where he was nearer the central provinces and able to retreat into French territory if need were. He had good hopes from the French Huguenots. He was still in friendly territory, though far from Dillenburg and from Louis, whose news reached him slowly, passing, as it did, from hand to hand by secret agents across a country cowering under the Spanish rule. He was also on the borders of the Palatinate, and the Elector Palatine was warmer in the cause of the Netherlands than the princes of Hesse or Saxony. The court of Heidelberg was indeed the sure refuge for any exiled Protestant, and the stern Calvinist Frederick was moved by neither fear of Philip's power nor tolerance towards his faith. But his present encouragement to William was little more than good wishes, for to him too the provinces seemed lost. It was in late July, when William was almost ready to take the field, that a knight with a few attendants rode into Strasbourg and demanded to see the Prince of Orange. He had no difficulty in obtaining his wish, for the German officers recognized him as the Landgrave William, son of Philip of Hesse and cousin to Anne of Saxony. He found William and Count Hoogstraten together in an upper chamber of the modest house where they lodged. It was a sultry night, and the windows were wide open. Between them sat the prince at a plain table writing by the light of a little copper lamp. He was writing to his wife, and the words he penned as the Landgrave entered were these: "I go tomorrow, but when I shall return or when I shall see you I cannot, on my honour, tell you with certainty. I have resolved to place myself in the hands of the Almighty, that he may guide me where it is his good pleasure that I should go. I see well enough that I am destined to pass this life in misery and labour." As he heard the door open, he closed his letter hastily and put it away. As he rose to greet the Landgrave, his eyes shone. He had a moment's hope that Hesse was sending troops to his aid, or at least bringing promises of future assistance. Count Hoogstraten also wore an eager look as he saluted the German prince. But the appearance of the Landgrave was neither cheerful nor hopeful. He seated himself heavily, took off his black silk hat, and wiped his forehead. "It is something important," said William quickly, "that has brought you from Hesse here to seek my poor company." "I came myself," returned the Landgrave, "because my father could think of no better messenger. I have been at Dresden, and bear also the messages of the Elector Augustus." "Ah," said William softly. He seated himself and glanced at Hoogstraten. The Landgrave was a man of blunt words and a stern courtesy. Without preamble, he came to what was the gist of his errand. "Turn back, wait, leave the provinces, it is impossible to assist them. No one can withstand Alva and his army." This was the sum of what the Landgrave William had ridden rapidly from Hesse to say. The argument was not new to William. Already he had heard a great deal of such discouragement, but perhaps it had never been put to him so weightily by so important a personage. He listened with his elbow on the desk and his chin in his hand, his firm, small-featured profile towards the speaker, his eyes cast down. So plain was he, so modest were his appointments, that even the unimaginative mind of the Landgrave contrasted him with the gorgeous bridegroom who had come to Leipzig for his marriage 7 years before. "Have you not," he exclaimed, "sacrificed enough already? Are you not sufficiently stripped?" "I am," answered William, "greatly hampered for want of money." "How much have you on this enterprise?" asked the Landgrave. "Everything," said the prince, "all I and my brothers and my friends possess." "Then you are ruined men." "If we fail, yes," admitted William. "It is not possible that you can succeed." "It is not possible to turn back," replied the prince, not arrogantly, but rather gently. "You defy the emperor?" demanded the Landgrave hotly. "I have answered the emperor, I have answered King Philip, I have explained myself to all Europe." He exerted himself to speak pleasantly, but behind the tolerance of his tone was a certain indignation. The Landgrave was baffled and irritated. "You are obstinate, Highness, but that will not save you. What do you hope to do?" "To enter the Netherlands while Louis holds Alva in check in Friesland." "And if you fail, can you pay the troops? Have you a means of retreat?" "I have not counted the cost so closely," replied William. "I hope that the great cities will open to me, and that I shall not lack wherewith to pay my troops. If not, I can but pledge my word that these debts shall be redeemed when I can achieve the means." "Do you ever hope to obtain your estates again?" "I hope everything," said William, and he smiled with his unconquerable cheerfulness, which was like the cheerfulness of Louis, impervious to all attacks. Gloom, melancholy, and despondency were unknown to the House of Nassau. "And yet I expect nothing," he added. "I make neither boasts nor prophecies, Landgrave. I but take the instruments to my hand and do what I may with them." "Your motive?" cried the other. "Is your Highness ambitious or fanatic?" The prince replied rather wearily, "I have proclaimed my motives again and again, Excellency. I have explained myself at every German court, before England, before France. I fight Alva and the Spanish rule over the Netherlands." "You fight King Philip," answered the Landgrave, "though you keep up a fiction of loyalty. And who do you think will unite with you against Spain, who is half the old world and all the new?" William smiled again. "Let him keep his new world and his old. I but want the Netherlands. Ah, Excellency," he added, "it is in your power to refuse me help and turn your back on me. It is not in your power to discourage me nor hold me back." The Landgrave rose impatiently with a rough gesture. "You are madmen, you and your brothers, and will meet the fate of madmen." The prince thought of Adolphus and winced. "It may well be," he said quietly. "Believe that we counted the cost before we undertook our tasks." "It is useless to speak any more," exclaimed the Landgrave angrily. "On this subject, yes." The prince rose and held out his hand affectionately. "You will stay with us tonight?" he added with courtesy. The Landgrave refused. "I go to my lodging. I will come tomorrow to see if you are in a better frame of mind, Highness." He saluted both and abruptly left. The prince returned to his unfinished letter. "It is a strange thing," said Count Hoogstraten, "how many are ready to hold a man back, how few to push him forward. Always these counsels of prudence, of caution, of non-resistance, of humility and cringing." And the fiery little soldier went angrily to the window and stared fiercely out on the hot night. There was something lion-like in his slender, heavy-shouldered figure, in his blunt-featured face, in his pose of noble anger as he gazed out on the darkness as if it concealed the numberless hosts of his foes. The prince finished his letter and joined his friend in the window-place. "If we live, we shall succeed," he said. "If we die as the other side, well, a worse thing might befall us. And what does submission ever gain? Better to fall like Adolphus than like Egmont." His voice saddened on his friend's name, and his eyes too turned toward the darkness as if he also pictured there the swarming battalions of his mighty enemies. "We have had our pleasant times, Hoogstraten," he added. "Our gay morning was fair and easy, and now we are men and must take the labor and heat of the day." He stopped abruptly. His quick ear had caught the sound of an opening door. It was the Seigneur de Louverwal who entered. He carried dispatches which had, he said, been forwarded to one Van Baron, an agent of the prince in Brussels, and by him to Strasbourg. The letters were from Count Louis and the agent himself. William's lips tightened, the blood receded from his dark cheek, and he caught his underlip with his teeth as he read his brother's letter. It was written from a farmhouse on the German frontier, and announced the court's pitiable and utter overthrow. Outmaneuvered by Alva, harassed by mutinous troops, lack of money and provision, betrayed by his own fiery impatience, Louis had been driven to the village of Gemmington on the Ems, and there his wretched forces had been wiped out by Alva's splendid army and Alva's cool skill. Those who had escaped the battle were massacred. The blood of nearly 10,000 rebels had washed from Alva's laurels the stain left by the little victory of Heiliger Lee. William read the letter over twice, then sank into a chair. He was never sanguine, but he had not been prepared for such a blow as this. He felt his head reel and his heart beat fast. The light of the little lamp grew dim before his eyes and the room dark. It was with an unsteady hand that he handed the letter to Hoogstraten. So the third of the armies he had got together with such infinite pains and toil and sacrifice had disappeared before Alva like chaff before a bright flame. De Coquerville at Artois, de Villers and Juliers, Louis at Gemmington, all defeated utterly, completely, forever. A passionate exclamation broke from Hoogstraten as he and de Louverwal read the dispatch. It roused William, who took up the agent's letter and read it slowly. This contained fuller details of the disaster brought by a Spanish soldier to Maestrit, where Van Baron had been. He now wrote to the prince that only a handful of the rebels had escaped, and that they, with Count Louis, had swum the Ems and fled into Germany. He wrote of the ghastly butchery which had followed the victory, how all the dykes and swamps were red, and the sky red also with burning crops and houses, for Alva had laid waste Friesland from end to end, sparing neither woman nor child. And against this background of horrors stood out the desperate heroism of Louis, who had dashed again and again among his reluctant troops, who had hurled himself single-handed on the enemy, who had, when the gunners had fled, fired his only artillery, the Groningen cannon, the poor spoils of Heiliger Lee, with his own hand, going from one to the other with a firebrand, and that desperate volley had been the last volley of the rebels. When William read of his brother's piteous and splendid attempts to turn back the dark tides of disaster, when he read of the slaying and burning of his little army, the dead were so thick they choked the river, he rose with a movement of intolerable agony, and a sharp sound unconsciously escaped him, the cry of one swiftly and unexpectedly wounded. O Christ, muttered Hoogstraten, and he looked about him bewildered. Who will give us levies now? How shall we do anything? De Louverwal turned his face away and wept. The prince still said nothing. He loosened his falling collar and wiped his face and neck bathed in cold sweat. He put his hand to his throat, and his lips parted as if he stifled. Then he closed his mouth firmly and continued to pass the handkerchief over his face. It was the same unconscious gesture of mental agony that Lamoral Egmont had used on the scaffold. "Ah, Highness," cried Hoogstraten, "ah, Highness, what news is this?" And his voice was hoarse with love and pity and wrath. "Eh?" said the prince faintly. "Eh?" He turned to face his friend, and looked at him a moment almost blankly. Then he spoke. "We must go on. There is the more need that we go on." "Is it possible?" broke from de Louverwal. "Before God, it is very possible," answered William, and his voice was suddenly strong. He had now recovered complete mastery of himself. He sat down and wrote a letter of consolation and encouragement to Louis. End of 34. Section 35 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen. The Action on the Geta. The Duke of Alva marched back triumphantly from Groningen, celebrated the overthrow of Louis of Nassau with arrogant and hollow rejoicings in the overawed capital, tortured and beheaded several persons of distinction, including the brilliant and loyal burgomaster of Antwerp, Anthony von Straten, and offered up hundreds of lesser victims as thank offerings on the altar of his success, and melted the famous Groningen cannon to cast a statue of himself. Meanwhile, William of Orange, by tireless exertions, indomitable patience, courage, and enthusiasm, and by superhuman straining of every nerve to raise the money, had assembled an army of 30,000 men, and exercising his right as a sovereign prince, he declared war on the Duke of Alva, issued a proclamation of his motives to the Netherlands, and marched toward the frontier of Brabant, near Maastricht, where Alva was encamped. He wished to hazard everything on one great battle, where he might wipe out the disasters of Dahlem, Artois, and Gemmingham, encourage his soldiers, and hearten the Netherlands. But Alva would not give battle. His cold and cruel genius saw that his advantage lay in delay, that William had not the money to keep his army together long, and that the German mercenaries, unpaid and inactive, would soon mutiny and desert. William saw this too, but it was impossible for him to entice the wily Spaniard into an engagement. Meanwhile, the main difficulty remained the money. Every thaler the Nassau family could raise had gone on the 3 lost armies and on equipping the present one for the field. In his proclamation he had said with a touching courage and cheerfulness, "We have now an excellent army of cavalry, artillery, and infantry, raised all at our own expense." But this excellent army could not be kept together without pay or plunder, and the generous hand that had supplied them was now empty. William appealed to the Netherlander whom he was coming to rescue, but the 3 previous defeats had disheartened utterly the miserable populace, and it was but a wretched sum that the prince received. 300,000 crowns had been promised to his agent, Marcus Perry, and but 10,000 reached the camp. Applications to the gentleman who had signed Bredero's famous compromise brought no results, and wherever the prince's army moved, the people fell away from his line of march, not daring to lift a hand in his service. Well might one of the devices which showed on his banners be that of a pelican in her piety, feeding her young with her own blood, for it was from themselves alone the Nassau princes received support. When the prince mustered his army in Treves, he had with him the dauntless Louis, the young Henry, and Hoogstraten, and he was soon joined by Lumi, Count de la Marck, at the head of a ferocious band of followers. This nobleman, reckless, rough, and daring, was a blood kinsman of Lamoral Egmont, and had joined William out of motives of personal hate and revenge against Alva. At Saint's Fight, the prince crossed the Rhine, then by a bold and brilliant movement his army swam the Meuse, to Alva's incredulous rage, and marched into Brabant with all the pomp of war. Nearly 30 times he changed his camp on the plains of Brabant, each time hoping to lure the Duke into an engagement. Each time Alva, though forever hanging on the skirts of the rebels, managed, with consummate skill, to refuse an action. So passed the weary days of autumn. By the middle of October the prince was at Saint-Trond, intending to effect a junction with a body of French Huguenots under Heiliger Lee, who were waiting at Waveren. As always, Alva was at the prince's heels, skirmishing incessantly with the outposts, but always withdrawing his main army when William advanced for an engagement. "This will end soon, one way or another," said the prince. "Either we have a general action, or all is lost for this campaign." He spoke in his tent at St. Trond to Louis and Hoogstraten, outside with the camp noises and the slash of an autumn shower against the canvas. Louis, almost ill with the irritation and fury of being constantly outmaneuvered, of seeing the army slip from them while Alva quietly waited, half crazed with the thought of his own powerlessness to avert the miserable failure of the campaign, made no answer, and Hoogstraten could only gnash his teeth. But William remained patient. Perhaps he had not expected any more glorious results from this desperate venture. Quietly, he stated the position. "It is impossible to pay the men another penny, or even to feed them much longer. I heard today that Alva has dismantled all the mills in this district. There will, of course, be a mutiny. It is quite impossible to keep them together beyond November, which they take as the beginning of winter." "There must be an action," cried Louis passionately. "There must be, if I ride into Alva's camp and challenge him to his face." And the Count, shook with rage at the thought of his army, got together with such infinite sacrifices, being miserably disbanded. But his impatience did not help. William would have reminded him of the results of his fiery recklessness at Gemmingen. "Alva will never be enticed into an action," said Hoogstraten. "He is as cold as this," and he struck the steel hilt of his sword. "He is not Aremberg to be fired by his officers into an imprudence. He is a great general, though a cruel animal. God curse him." "I salute his generalship," said William with a bitter smile. "I admit he has defeated my hopes. One victory, one doubtful victory, and every city in the Netherlands would have opened to me. All over the country the people would have risen, for he rules by terror only. Now no one dares to move, all silent, trembling, and I helpless," he added with a sudden passion. "My God, helpless!" The exclamation was like a passionate prayer. William, young, ardent, full of courage and energy, felt that word helpless the most terrible of all. But he instantly recovered himself with that mental strength that made all things possible to him. "I must meet de Genlis. His reinforcements may be strong. He may have brought money," he said, then added with his unfailing, thoughtful generosity. "Besides, he has made his way through the Ardennes to meet me, and I cannot fail him." "Alva might attack as we cross the Geta," said Louis hopefully. "It is possible. It might be done," answered the prince. "He is too cautious," said Hoogstraten. "Nothing will tempt him." William rose, went to the entrance of the tent, and lifted the flap that concealed the October night. The rain was now over, and the moon had risen large and yellow, showing the encampment and the motionless lines of the ruined windmill that crowned the high hill opposite. Behind this hill flowed the Geta, on the opposite bank of which Count de Genlis waited for William. Beyond, where the dark clouds lay heavy on the horizon, was Alva, like a crouching beast, following his prey cautiously and waiting for it to fall exhausted ere he sprang. The prince's face hardened as he gazed at the ominous darkness faintly sprinkled with the Spanish campfires. He thought of Egmont and Horn, Brederode and Bergen, of Adolphus and his own stolen son, his own insulted name, his own confiscated property, and against Philip and Philip's red right hand, the hard old man crouching there with his talons deep in the flesh of the Netherlands, his whole soul went out in wrath and defiance and a hatred that was like a sensation of triumph and pleasure. "Well, old man," he thought passionately, "I am loved here as you are hated, and some day that will tell." He was joined by Hoogstraten and Count Louis. All three were almost without hope. All were living, and had long been living, a life of hardship, privation, and peril. All of them faced a prospect of either violent death or utter beggary and exile, yet their mutual youth, courage, and energy communicated to each other, together with the sense of love and comradeship, made them almost joyful. They began discussing plans for the crossing of the Geta tomorrow. A force was to be stationed on the hill, which rose now blackly against the moonlit sky, to protect the crossing of the main body of the troops, while the rearguard under Hoogstraten was to remain on the bank in a desperate attempt to lure Alva. In case this was successful and the Spaniard advanced his main army, William and Louis were to recross the Geta and engage. The plan was desperate, and William could hardly place much reliance on it, but Hoogstraten was exultant at the chance of coming to grips with the enemy. Louis felt some vexation that the command of the rearguard had not been given to him. The truth was, William relied more on Hoogstraten's coolness than Louis's audacity in this perilous and delicate position. "You have Gemmingen against me," said Louis with a laugh, and he pulled out his orange sash with strong, impatient fingers. "Confess, Count," cried Hoogstraten gaily, "that your retreat then was unnecessary, and that Alva does not deserve to be so feared. Here we have been several days in the Netherlands, and we have seen nothing of the Spaniards but their backs." "And when you see their faces," replied Louis, vexed, "I warrant you will remember it for the rest of your life." Hoogstraten caught his arm and begged his forgiveness for the rough jest. "Ah, jest while you can," said Louis, instantly smiling again. "A light heart never hurt any cause," said William. He dropped the tent flap and called his page, bidding the boy give him his sword, his mantle, and his hat, and to have his horse brought. He prepared to make a tour of his forces and see all was in readiness for the morrow. The Count Louis and Hoogstraten departed on the same business to their several commands. First, all three embraced warmly, and, in the case they should not meet again before the bustle and confusion of the morning, William gave Hoogstraten some parting words of encouragement. Despite their terrible anxieties and the agonizing difficulties of their position, the three commanders were now cheerful, almost gay. The night was beautiful, warm, lit by the mellow light of the harvest moon and fragrant with the smell of the earth recently moistened by the rain. The prince's men, as if encouraged by the decisive action promised for the morrow, were also quiet and seemed cheerful. A few days before there had been a fierce mutiny when the prince's sword had been shot from his side, but now all was tranquil, and William was loyally received as he went on his rounds. Some of the refugee Netherlander were gathered together in an open space between the tents, listening to the words of a Calvinist minister. Little groups of others, scattered here and there, sang psalms softly to themselves. The German mercenaries were engaged in mending their clothes, in cooking their supper, or playing dice. The keen smell of coarse hot soup, the strong scent of the picketed horses mingled on the fresh air. The light of the lanterns at the tent entrances and the small fires feebly rising after the shower shone on pots and pans, pieces of polished or rusty armor, bundles of kindling sticks covered with autumn leaves, and baskets of apples and pears, golden red. Here and there the windows of the little farmhouses and cottages where the officers were quartered glowed with a bright light. William, riding with his little band of officers from one battalion to another, dreamt of a victory, of turning back Alva's troops, of breaking his prestige, of a whole country throwing off with groans of relief the loathed Spanish chains and welcoming her deliverers. He had no grounds for such dreams, but the sense of life and strength in his own body, in the fine horse beneath him, in the exultation he received in gazing at the noble cloudy spaces of the sky, and the great moon that had shone on so many battles, and in the dark outlines of the hills and horizons of the hidden country. Nor was he disheartened by the sight of the surgeon with his mule and cases going from tent to tent, nor by that of a cart full of dead men whose limbs fell limp as rags and whose bodies were defaced with gunshot. Near these victims of a little skirmish was a tent of men, ill of a malarious fever. The sharp delirious voices of some came out onto the night. The prince continued on horseback till the dawn, when he returned to his tent to arm, and the army moved into battle array. The sun rose strong and clear, though with the mellow radiance of the Low Countries and the autumn. All that had been obscured by the dead light of the moon was now distinct. The scars and rags of the soldiers, the brilliant scarves of the officers, the disorder and dirt of the camp, the broken sails of the tall thatched windmill, the dried autumn grass on the little hill, the low waters of the Geta sparkling a sluggish gold. Still all seemed hopeful, cheerful, full of presages of good fortune. Birds were singing in the trees growing in the farm gardens. A few poppies and daisies blew on the hillsides. The sun was as warm as summer, but the air fresh with the coolness of the turn of the year. William rode with his troops to the banks of the Geta and sent them across in good order and safety, battalion after battalion. The Spanish, whose outposts were near enough to observe these movements, made no sign of action. Meanwhile, Hoogstraten remained behind on the bank with 3,000 men, while the Seigneur de Louverwal and a detachment of cavalry occupied the hill. Steadily and successfully the prince's army forded the river, regiment after regiment passing undisturbed, the infantry on the cruppers of the horsemen or waiting at their stirrups. Again and again, William glanced at the little hill where the patriotic banners of Hoogstraten waved. About noon, the Spanish attacked. Don Frederick, the prior of St. John, brought up 7,000 troops and threw himself against the Netherlanders. All was obscured in the lilac-colored smoke of cannon and musket shot with flames. William could no longer see his banners nor the gallant lines of Hoogstraten's men. The Spanish did not cross the river, as the three leaders had so desperately hoped, nor could William return, as the farther bank was now lined by Alva's cannon. No news came from the fierce conflict surging to and fro by the waters of the Geta, but towards evening the foul smoke cleared, and the Spanish flag was visible floating from the shot-riddled windmill. A little later, a few soldiers escaped across the river, bringing to the prince news that the entire rearguard had been cut to pieces, that Louverwal was a prisoner, and that the survivors of the awful day were now being massacred by Don Frederick's men. Another miserable handful brought them to Hoogstraten, unconscious, fastened to his horse by the reins, and with a shattered foot. That night, the moonlight was dimmed by the fires that burnt along the Geta. These flames came from the farmhouses where Hoogstraten's men had taken a despairing refuge. Don Frederick had at once ordered these buildings to be set alight, and those maddened wretches who hurled themselves from the flames found themselves impaled on the spears of the Spanish waiting without. The nobler spirits put an end to their own lives to escape the taunts of their enemies. All alike disappeared in the same funeral pyres, the high-mounting flames of which illuminated the fierce faces of the victorious army and the stately figure of the militant priest who commanded them, and cast a red glow of blood and fire on those two triumphant symbols, the arms of the King of Spain, the cross of the Romish Church. End of 35. Section 36 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen, the Anabaptist Preacher. A few days after this fourth disaster, the prince joined the Huguenots at Waveren. These allies, late as they were, might have proved of some material assistance, for they consisted of 3,000 foot and 300 horse, all eager Protestants, not hired mercenaries. But as soon as he rode into the French camp, the prince saw that he was face to face with another disappointment. The little force of Count Heiliger Lee was so hampered with women and children, aged folk and infirm, that it was likely to prove rather a burden than a relief to the overtaxed resources of the prince. The Huguenots indeed rather seemed a band of refugees escaping from destruction themselves than an army marching to the rescue of persecuted brethren. Even Heiliger Lee, the high-spirited and gallant French commander, could not advise William to try another engagement in the Netherlands, though they were within a few leagues of Brussels and Lorraine. And William was as helpless as if his hands and feet were tied. He could neither pay his men nor feed them. Every day some deserted. Alva's masterly tactics had succeeded. The prince's army was dispersing without having accomplished anything but the ruin of their commander, for William was personally pledged for the payment of the troops, and he had neither property nor credit with which to redeem his word. He had staked heavily and lost heavily, and now stood stripped and beggared before the world. In his camp at Waveren he faced his position, which he saw clearly for all his cheerfulness. He admitted that Alva had outgeneraled him, but not in that was his bitterest disappointment, but in the silence of the Netherlands. He had believed that the people would rise to welcome him. He had hoped that some cities would open their gates to him. He had been confident that the nobles and merchants would assist him with money. He had not sufficiently reckoned on the strength of terror which Alva had inspired, nor on the awful condition of the unfortunate Netherlanders. He who had always been used to princely dealings, to use generosity and lavishness to all, was now bitterly humiliated and galled by his inability to redeem his solemn promise, and that to him was the bitterest part of his universal failure. Alva's triumph, the disappointment of his friends, his own lost prestige and disgrace, his own personal beggary, these things did not move him as did the thought of the weary mutinous soldiers whom he could not pay, nor, as far as he could see, would be ever able to pay. Winter was approaching, the land was as barren, the weather as chill as the prospects of William of Orange. As he sat in his tent this late October evening, he felt the cold wind creep under the canvas and penetrate his mantle, so that he shivered. His camp furniture was in some disorder, and half the large tent was curtained off by a handsome purple hanging. Behind this lay Count Hoogstraten. William had ordered him to be removed into his own tent, because neither he nor any man would long have the company of Hoogstraten now. The surgeon came from this inner apartment and said the Count slept. William's eyes looked a question. "When he wakes," said the surgeon, "I fear, your highness, that when he wakes it will be but a waking to death." He bowed and took his leave. He had many cases in the camp. The prince turned his gaze towards the purple curtains and leant back heavily in his chair. It seemed as if all his friends, all who loved him, trusted him, served him, were to be taken from him, involved in the common misfortune he had brought on them. It seemed ironical, a needless cruelty, that the brave, generous, and gay Hoogstraten should die. His wound had been caused by the chance discharge of his own pistol, and at first had not seemed dangerous, but he had sunk into weakness and fever, a sickness perhaps as much of a despairing mind as a wounded body, and now he lay slipping into death. It had been an added torture to William to listen to the sick man's delirium, all on the theme of the dissolving army, the fruitless campaign, the liabilities of the commanders, the useless slaughter on the Geta, for which the poor Count held himself responsible. Supplies, supplies, if we could but get supplies, if we could but keep the men together, had been the burden of the dying soldier's delirium, and William passionately wished that some good news might come, if only to allow Hoogstraten to die in peace. But no good news did come, rather was misfortune heaps on misfortune. The prince held now in his hand letters from Dillenburg received a few days ago. Count John wrote with the gallant Nassau cheerfulness, but he could not disguise that he sent evil tidings. Anne of Saxony had seized the moment of her husband's ruin to forsake him. Despite the letters of the prince, the expostulations of her German kinsfolk and the Nassau women, Anne had flung herself free of all loyalty and broken the bonds which had so long been hateful. She had written to Alva, throwing herself on his mercy and declaring she was a widow in the eyes of the law, as her husband was a prescribed exile with no civil rights, and entreating the Duke to return her dowry out of William's confiscated property. Then, abandoning her daughter and her baby son, she had fled from Dillenburg to Cologne, and there set up a household of her own, surrounded by the exiles and refugees that crowded the city. The news had not much power to hurt William's heart. His wife had been so long, even from the first, indifferent to him, and he could despise her loyalty, but it was another blow to his pride, his dignity, the completion of his ruin, another cause for his enemies to laugh at him. Madame, your wife, had always been one of the objects of Granville's keen sneers, and the cardinal, watching events from Rome, would sneer indeed now, as he would sneer at the army so painfully collected, so miserably dispersed, at the prince who had defied the king of Spain and had been beaten from his country's frontiers, a beggared exile. It was not in William's nature to feel wrathful towards the woman who had so struck him. His sentiment now was a vast indifference, as if she had never existed, or only existed as some shadow from whom he was at last forever free. As he sat there, in a loneliness only peopled by bitter and sad reflections and the spectres of ruin, failure, and despair, two of the officers attached to his person entered the tent. The prince looked up sharply, as if bracing himself to hear further disaster. But the officers came with news of trifling importance. A fellow, evidently a Netherlander, had made his way into the camp last night, and had entreated most earnestly for an audience of the prince, and had gone from one officer to another with such importune eagerness that at length they had been moved to prefer his request to the general himself. William had always been easy of access in the days of his prosperity, and it was not in him to surround himself with state in this time of his misfortune and overthrow. He smiled faintly, drawing his brows together as he did when perplexed or amused. "Let him come here," he said. One of the officers suggested that perhaps the fellow was one of Alva's spies or assassins. "Oh, that," exclaimed William wearily. Death was the least of the terrors with which he had to contend. He knew that probably Alva schemed to murder him, and it left him as indifferent as did the thought of Anne's treachery. As soon as the officers left him, he retired so completely into his own thoughts again that he forgot the incident, and it was with a slight start that he looked up to see a stranger escorted by 2 soldiers standing before the tent entrance. This man stood very humbly bowing, as if too overcome by some emotion to speak, and William, interested in him, bade him enter and dismissed the soldiers. The stranger was of middle life, with the appearance of humble birth and poor means. His clothes, though exquisitely neat, were shabby and thin. His features were pinched with cold and maybe privation. He stood, crushing his hat to his breast and gazing at the prince with an expression of utter confusion and awe. William addressed him in Flemish, kindly asking him his errand. The other continued to gaze at him with that look of wonder and reverence that was embarrassed, but not at all stupid, rather a kind of amaze, as if he could not credit that this slim young man with the pale dark face, wrapped in the plain blue mantle, could be the great Prince of Orange. "Is it his Highness?" he asked timidly. "I am William of Orange," answered the prince, and as he spoke he felt that it was the name of the most unfortunate of men. As the man seemed to need further encouragement, William added, "It was he you wished to see?" "I have come all the way from Holland to see your Highness," was the simple reply. "From Holland? Alone?" "Yes, your Highness. It is a long way, and the Duke of Alva's army was often in my way. Otherwise I would have been with your Highness sooner," he added in a tone of deprecating apology. The prince looked keenly at the quiet-looking individual who had undertaken with such simplicity a journey which meant risking his life 1,000 times. "Who are you, my friend?" he asked gently. The man raised his eyes, which under this gaze he had kept abased, and William was instantly conscious of a resolute and fearless spirit looking out of the plain, insignificant face. "I am an Anabaptist preacher, your Highness. I have a little congregation of poor outcasts in Holland. We mostly live in hiding and meet secretly to worship. There are not so many of us as there were, for the persecutions have been very fierce, and we are quite defenseless. A little while ago, a gentleman of Haarlem smuggled into town a copy of your Highness's most noble proclamation, and it came into my hands. That day I knelt to bless God for having raised up such a prince, and when my poor people met together again, I read them the joyful news, and told them that your Highness appealed for money to support your army, whereat we, with a good heart, put together what we could, and as I was the only one who had no one dependent on me, and I knew the country well, I was elected to carry this small offering to your Highness." The prince was too overwhelmed to speak. His quick mind, his warm heart, pictured the whole incident. The hunted, outcast Protestants reading his paper, their eager gratitude and hopes, the secret putting together of what they could pinch from their poverty, the setting forth of the pastor, the perils and anxieties of his journey with his precious burden, his self-denial and hardship rather than touch his treasure, the modest unconsciousness with which he had made his little speech, all this William saw vividly. "Your Highness in your paper speaks of repayment," continued the Anabaptist, "but we require no payment, only kindness when your Highness shall be triumphant." Cautiously he took from the wallet at his side a small canvas bag, and, gazing at it with a look of relief and a touch of pride, laid it on the little table beside the prince. With a movement almost mechanical, William untied the strings and looked at the contents. There were about 100 crowns in gold and some silver, this last what the pastor had saved on his journey by sleeping in ditches and almost starving. "It is very little," said the Anabaptist nervously, oppressed by the silence of the prince. "The will is better than the gift." William remained motionless, staring at the pitiful little bag of money which represented such a spirit of sacrifice, such an enthusiasm still existent in the country he had deemed supine and crushed. "I thank you," he faltered. "Indeed, I thank you. 100 crowns, and 1 month's wage of his army was some hundreds of thousands of crowns. 100 crowns! A few years ago he had flung away as much on a pair of gauntlets, a dog, a toy. The smallest of the gift moved the prince almost beyond bearing. He held out his hand toward the Anabaptist, and he, who had endured the loss of his brother, his friends, his wife, his army, his fortune, with fortitude, now broke down before this humble sympathy. Putting his other hand before his eyes, he wept. "Your Highness will receive more," stammered the pastor. "There are other Protestant congregations who are collecting for you. Even if the big towns do not open, you have entered the hearts of the Netherlanders." The prince's shoulders heaved. He raised his face, flushed and quivering with tears. "I thank you," he repeated in a firm voice. "I thank you from my heart. You see me weak, but you must not notice it. I have not slept well of late. I will give you my receipt for this money, and you may thank your people for me, and tell them I will repay them as soon as I can repay any of my debts, and for yourself to take this, in remembrance of me." He drew from his finger a little yellow intaglio seal ring, one of the few personal jewels left him, and put it on the thin finger of the Anabaptist, who bent before him in speechless gratitude and pleasure. Promising to see him again before his departure, the prince was sending away the preacher in the custody of his page, that the poor traveler might enjoy the best hospitality the camp could afford, when the Anabaptist turned and asked with a timid earnestness, "Are the faith of your Highness and the faith you come to protect the same?" "My faith?" repeated William. "Forgive me, but it is not commonly known if you follow the true religion." "I follow what I believe to be true," said the prince, "otherwise I could not go on. For the rest, I am no Romanist." He paused a moment, then added with a little smile, "If any of your people ask after me, tell them that I too am an outcast and an exile, that I too am a heretic. Say too that I am not discouraged, that if I fail now I shall endeavor to try again. Ask them to be courageous and to give me their prayers." When he was alone again, he lifted the curtains and went to Count Hoogstraten's bedside. The gallant little soldier lay propped on pillows and covered with rugs. The dim light of a shaded lamp fell on the bold young face which, in the last few days, had changed so terribly, and over which the shadow of death now rested. He was tossing in a restless sleep. William went on his knees beside him and put his cool hand on the hot forehead dewed with beads of pain and exhaustion. The Count lay quiet a while, then opened his eyes. He recognized the prince immediately, and at once his dry lips began to murmur the words that were the expression of the mental agony that was killing him. "Any news, any supplies, any money raised, any means of keeping the men together?" William firmly clasped the feverish hand that lay outside the coverlet. "Help has come," he answered, "but now I have left a man who brought me supplies from Holland, and there are other promises of assistance." A light came into the dying man's eyes. His tense body relaxed with a shiver of relief. Then you will be able to carry on the campaign?" he said faintly. "With God's help I shall go on," answered the prince gravely. "Supplies, you say, from Holland?" murmured Hoogstraten. "Just brought into the camp, in gold," said William. "And, as I said, there are other promises. Many, many are willing to help us. The country begins to move in our favor." The Count closed his eyes and was silent, but his face relaxed into a look of content, and William blessed the 100 crowns of the Anabaptist that had served to soothe the bitterness of failure and death for his friend. For a while they remained thus, the prince kneeling and holding the tired right hand that had been unfailing in his service, the Count with his face pressed to the pillow and his eyes closed. William thought of the tumultuous days in Antwerp when Hoogstraten and he only had stood faithfully and bravely by his side, thought of all the long, loyal, sincere friendship that went back to the old gay times of feast and joust, hawking and hunting, the times when neither Antony de Lalaing nor he had ever dreamt of such an hour as this. He thought, too, of the Countess at Dillenburg, waiting, already in mourning for one brother dead and one doomed to die, waiting for the news which would be that of a third bereavement. He thought of Anne at Cologne, cringing before Alva, and wondered if she would not be glad if her husband, that great heretic and rebel, was dead too. Towards midnight, the sick man spoke again, recommending his poor wife, he said twice with a great sigh, "my poor wife," to the prince, and begging him help, should occasion offer, his child, for the Count was beggared in the cause for which he died, and the Montmorencys, his wife's people, were more than beggared. "Not to be a burden to you," he insisted in his weak, hoarse voice, "but what, if you can, if Horn had been here—" William promised, and the Count carried the prince's hand to his heart and held it there. He was now so clearly failing that Louis and other officers came to say farewell. He was still a Romanist, but there was no priest in the camp. A Lutheran minister brought him what comfort he could. "It is no matter," said Hoogstraten, who was now past formulas. "God must judge of me. Into thy hands, into thy hands." Before the dawn he died, and the party he had espoused was the poorer for his loss, and the prince a lonelier man. "I am glad you have the supplies," were his last words, spoken so low that none but William, who held his head on his breast, could hear. "I am glad that gold came from Holland." William, too, was glad for many reasons. End of 36. Section 37 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen. Wintertime. The castle of Dillenburg was now a house of mourning. The Countess Hoogstraten now wore black also. All the women went softly, talking in whispers and shuddering when a messenger rode into the courtyard. Count John was desperately employed in raising money for the prince. A further mortgage was put on such lands as they still could control. Further portions of the prince's possessions, those few he had retained for himself, were sold. His chapel furniture was melted to obtain the gold and silver it contained. He had himself sold by auction all his camp equipment, even his horses, his weapons, his armor, leaving himself with one mount, one sword, one suit of mail, like any poor trooper. He had sent orders that his remaining household should be dismissed. Some had gone with Anne to Cologne. Others, scenting ruin, had already dispersed. The remainder left, now returning to their homes or seeking other employment. The prince, who had been the most richly attended of any man in the Netherlands, had now not one servant, and he, the splendor of whose garments had been one of the glories of the capital, now wrote to his brother to send him 2 pairs of hose, the mended silk ones in my cabinet, and those under repair at the tailor. He, who had always been regally magnificent in his gifts, now besought John to find a good grey horse, which might be paid for by one of the silver ornaments still remaining in my cabinet, or a piece of the chapel service with which to reward one of his faithful agents. He had tried to persuade his troops to take service with the French Huguenots, but they had refused, and demanded to be led back to Germany. He was accordingly at Strasbourg, where he disbanded this army on which so many gallant hopes had been set, and which had ruined him so utterly. The gloom deepened over Dillenburg. Even John, usually so resolute and cheerful, appeared sombre. He was too almost ruined. His fortune and his children's heritage had largely vanished in this fruitless and fatal campaign. He saw himself burdened with debts and liabilities which it was scarcely possible he could ever repay. The women cried in secret, but were outwardly serene, and Juliana of Stolberg wrote encouraging letters to the prince and to Louis, and her dreads and terrors only showed for an instant in the words with which she besought them to have a care of Henry, and not needlessly risk his young life. In this household, Renée Lemong still lingered, supported by the kindness of the Countess of Nassau and her daughters in what was the blackest period of her sad life. In the flight of Anne she saw her own failure, the collapse of her own long years of patient labor. All had been useless. Anne had fulfilled her destiny, and the waiting woman was left without occupation and without any object in life, behind her the wasted barren years, before her a hopeless future. She was as bankrupt as the prince, and as lonely. It was clear she could not remain at Dillenburg. She was but a burden and an encumbrance in a household beginning to be run with the strictest economy. Anne had fiercely refused to take her to Cologne, nor did Renée wish to go, for her influence over the princess had ceased, and Anne was openly defying her husband and her kinsfolk. She was living at Cologne, surrounded by any rabble she could find to sympathize with her, and she had put her legal affairs, her frantic attempts to recover her property, and her wild expedients to raise money, into the hands of Jan Rubens, the Brussels lawyer. Renée sickened to think of this. Her whole spirit was crushed by the misfortunes which had overwhelmed not only her country and her faith, but all she cared for, and the little world in which she had moved and served. There was no further occupation for her at Dillenburg. William's children were in charge of his mother and sisters, and of the Landgraven Elizabeth, Count John's wife. The court of the Elector Palatine, that refuge of all persecuted Protestants, occurred to Renée. Some German ladies she had known at Dresden were prepared to welcome her there. She suggested this plan to the Countess of Nassau one heavy November day when they walked in the castle gardens to catch the faint chill glimpse of the winter sun. "You, too, are eager to leave us," exclaimed the Countess, who could not forget Anne's fierce denunciations of the dullness of the life at Dillenburg. "No, madame, no," said Renée eagerly. "But I must work. In some way I must justify my life, or die." Juliana pressed her hand kindly. "I know, my child, I know. There is indeed nothing but idleness for you here, where we women are too many already." "It is terrible to be a woman," cried Renée. "Too many, ah yes, too many." "But we are not useless," said the Countess gently. The waiting woman answered with passionate conviction. "Not such women as you with 5 sons, but women such as I am like a dead leaf before the breeze. If I am cast away and lost, no one will be the poorer. If I had been a man, however mean and humble, I could have followed. She avoided the prince's name, the Protestant flag. I could have at least died. It is not even permitted to women to die nobly." The Countess looked at her curiously and was silent. To Juliana also the enclosed life of a woman seemed at times terrible. There was something awful in this post in the background, always to be patient, always serving, always waiting, worst of all, the waiting. At that moment the fate of the women seemed worse than that of the men. Their piteous figures stood out mournfully against the red background of the persecutions and the war. Sabina of Egmont left starving with her children at the mercy of the man who had slain her husband. The Dowager Countess of Horn, having lost one son on the scaffold, moving heaven and earth to save the other from a similar fate. Helen, Montagny's wife, widowed after a 4 months' marriage, and weeping a husband enclosed in the hopeless depths of a Spanish prison. The Countess of Hoogstraten, ruined, thrice bereaved. The Countess of Arenberg, suddenly widowed. And all those more obscure women who were orphaned, bereft of husband and child, spurned from their dismantled homes to beg or starve. Perhaps it was better to be a man and face a swift death in the open field. "But we have no choice," said the Countess with a little smile that creased her fresh wrinkled face. "We must do what falls to our lot, and not think of the difficulties." "What falls to me?" asked Renée. "No one wants me, nor ever has since my mother died. The princess always hated me. I made no friends. My home, my family, was swept away in a ruin that has pursued everything I have loved or cared for ever since my country, my faith, my—" She checked herself and suddenly went pale. "Your love?" finished the Countess softly. "Surely you have loved someone." Renée hesitated a moment, then answered in a low voice. "Yes, I loved. Someone who is not of my station and who hardly knows my name nor my face. He went to the war, and he, like all, is quite ruined now and quite desolate. Probably I shall never see him again." She stopped suddenly and faced the Countess, her warm, rich beauty glowing in the grey air against the grey background of garden wall and castle. "That is my story and my life," she said. "What would you do with such a life, madame?" Truly, the Countess did not know. Her own years had been so full that she could not picture an empty existence. "You cannot understand," added Renée, "what it is to mourn for the loss of what you never had." "You will love again," said the Countess, whose outlook was eminently practical and sane, "or at least you will take a husband, and then your life will be full." "Some women love only once, alas for them," answered Renée. "Perhaps it is a foolishness, but one cannot change one's heart." Then she shrank into herself, and was once more enfolded in reserve deeper than before, as if afraid of having said too much. The sun had disappeared now, to be seen no more that day, and dark clouds full of rain, or perhaps snow, closed over the sky. The two women returned to the castle, which was cheerful with the light of great wood fires and pleasant with the sound of children playing. By the hooded chimney-piece of the dining-room, where the meal was already being prepared, sat van der Linden, the Elector Augustus's alchemist. He had been sent by his master, who still placed implicit faith in his charts and tables, to persuade Count John that further exertions on the behalf of the Netherlands were useless, and that the stars plainly indicated that the prince should return to Germany and not risk his fortunes further. It was strange to Renee to see the old man and recall how she had last seen him at the brilliant Leipzig wedding, and to think of all that had gone between, and how that famous marriage had ended, and yet how, in a circle, things had come round, and how Augustus was still consulting the stars and casting horoscopes and charts, and the alchemist still searching for the philosopher's stone and only a little greyer and more bent than before. His talk was still of his experiments. Outside events had touched him very little, and he took but a slight interest in the tasks of fortune-telling the Elector, his patron, sent him. His eyes were still fixed on the great discovery, the magnum opus, eternal gold, eternal youth, eternal health, and in pursuit of this object for which he had lost both gold, youth, and health, he was as eager and as sanguine as he had ever been. He remembered Renee, and asked if she still had the charm he had given her. She showed it to him instantly, her only ornament, hidden in the folds of her cambric vest. She asked the old man if he had heard of Dupré, and he told her calmly, without surprise, that the scryer, after escaping from the bloody rout of Jemmingen, had returned to him at Dresden and begged to be taken into his old master's service. They always return at length, these restless rascals, added van der Linden, and I have taken him back, for he is clever, and when the mood is on him, can raise the spirits in the Krystal. So Dupré's tale had ended in a circle too, and he was back again at his old employment under his old master. Somehow Renee was glad that he was not in Cologne. The Countess of Nassau joined the two as they stood and talked by the fire. "Well, Magister," she said, "do you still hope to find the Philosopher's Stone?" "I do not despair at all, your Excellency," he answered quietly. "But if there is no such stone?" asked the Countess. He smiled as one who cannot restrain his amusement at the foolishness of the ignorant. "It has been discovered, madame, many times," he answered gently. "And always lost again?" "And always lost." "That is strange, Magister, that more care was not taken to preserve such a secret." "Ah, madame, it is too great a thing to be lightly imparted from one man to another. It can only be attained after much labor, much suffering, prayer, and humiliation." "It would change the world," said Renee, and she thought of the prince and how gold was all the difference between success and failure. William had failed through lack of it. For that reason Alva might fail too. "It would be a terrible power," added the Countess thoughtfully. "Perhaps it is as well that it is not often discovered." The old man stroked his beard and looked into the fire silently. He seemed so humble, so serene, so insignificant, that Renee wondered why he was so eager for gold and power. Then she thought that perhaps he cared for neither, and that he had pitted himself against the secret, as William had pitted himself against Philip, and that in both it was not the thought of the reward that urged them on to undertake tasks seemingly impossible, but the glory of the struggle, the mighty pleasure of overcoming, the ultimate hope of attainment. "And my sons?" asked Juliana of Stolberg. "What disastrous prophecies have you made against the house of Nassau?" Van der Linden came from his dreams with a sigh. "They might all be safe if they would be warned," he said. "Your Excellency heard that an astrologer had warned Count Horn not to go to Brussels, and yet he went and died." "A brave man cannot take these warnings," said the Countess stoutly. "It is not for princes and leaders to count the cost of the steps they make, nor to think of their own lives." "Then my charts and tables are useless," replied the alchemist. "They please the Elector," said Juliana. The alchemist was silent. He knew himself that his prophecies did little more than amuse his master. "You shall speak to Count John as the Elector bade you," resumed the Countess, "but you will not suppose that anyone can turn back the Count nor his brothers from what they have set their hands to." She spoke with pride and courage, but sorrowfully, as one who sees clearly and unfalteringly ahead and sees nothing but grief and trouble. With an unconscious gesture of patience, she folded her hands together and looked at the window against which big drops of rain were beginning to splash. Her thoughts had returned to her 3 defeated sons at Strasbourg, as the alchemist's thoughts had returned to the elixir of life and wealth. Renee, standing between them, felt forgotten by both. She, too, was thinking of Strasbourg and of the man there disbanding his troops in humiliation and failure. End of 37.
Section 38 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ricki Chaidez. Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen. Section 38. The Abbess. It was a day in early spring, yet sharp and chill with winter, that the 3 penniless and defeated Nassau counts rode through France to offer their swords, all that they had now to offer, to the Prince de Condé, who was upholding the Protestant cause in France. 8,000 of their men had been slain during the campaign, 30,000 had been disbanded to Strasbourg, and a little handful of cavalry had elected to follow the fortunes of the three adventurers. For the exiled, landless, and ruined brothers were now no better in the eyes of Europe. With all their strenuous exertions and the energetic help of Count John, they had not been able to even half pay the troops. William had personally undertaken to discharge this debt from the first money he could command, and solemnly promised that if he should return alive from Condé's army still penniless, he would surrender his person at hostage for the money. Before he left Germany, he endeavored to come to a meeting with his wife, but Anne could not or would not move, and it was without seeing her again that he left his native country to take service under a foreign flag. Granvelier, snug in Rome, laughed. Alva celebrated in Brussels an extravagantly arrogant, open triumph. Philip triumphed quietly within his own cold, narrow heart. So ended the first struggle between William of Orange and the power of Spain. So stripped even of fame and glory, laughed at by his enemies, despaired of by his friends, did he who had been one of the greatest and most magnificent princes of his time ride into exile. Yet neither William nor his brothers were gloomy. There was a music in their souls, a fire in their blood, that ever kept them from melancholy. Even when they spoke of Adolphus or Hugenstraten, it was with an affectionate smile, almost gaily, as they knew these dead would have wished them to speak. Skirting Switzerland, the little company passed into Franche-Comté, and one of their first halting places was near Besançon. The morning after they had pitched their tents, William was riding slowly through the fields, which were beginning to be faintly colored with the first trembling spring flowers. A little thicket of hawthorn concealed the high road, and beyond the meadows sloped over undulating valleys and gently rising hills. Numberless birds were singing in the little copse, and the sky was a delicate azure veiled with milk-white clouds. It was the first day of real spring, of the awakening of the earth, of the return of the promise of life, increase, and abundance. William had not been long alone in his musing progress through the fields when he was joined by Count Henry. This youth, in his green vesture, his little helmet with the long single heron's feather, with his gay carriage, his handsome face and eager expression, was as bright as the morning, as pleasant as the early spring. He spoke to his brother with a little laugh, as if greatly amused. "There is a party of travelers who are afraid of us. They have sent a messenger to know if they may safely pass along the road where we are encamped." William too smiled. "Give them assurances, Henry," he answered, "that we are not robbers, even if we are outlaws." "Will you not see the messenger?" asked the young count. "They seem people of distinction." The two turned back across the fields to the outskirts of the camp, where the messenger waited. He was a young Frenchman, well set up and armed. He seemed a squire or upper servant. "This is the Prince of Orange," said Henry. The fellow pulled off his cap. "I salute your highness," he said, rather defiantly. "And as your intentions in this country are not known, I am here to know if the ladies under my care may pass your encampment." "You should need no assurance," replied the prince coldly. "You know who I am." The Frenchman remained obstinate, though he flushed a little under the rebuke. The ladies I escort are nuns, an abbess and her train, he replied. And your highness is a heretic, and rumored to be joining Conde. Ah, smiled William. You think the heretics war on women, as the papists do? Go and tell your mistress that she has my word for her safety, he added carelessly. The man left them and galloped back to the road. Who is this abbess? Asked William of his brother. Have you seen her? No, only a cloud of women and servants on mules in the distance, all chattering with fright. I think the abbess is some great lady on a visit to a noble kinswoman. The prince was returning to the camp when Louis galloped up, begging him to see the nuns go by. Let us salute them, he said, and show them that heretics are not boors. The three brothers rode back to the road, skirting under the hawthorn copse, and reined up under a delicate group of young beech trees. A little dust, a little clatter and trampling, jingle and clatter of harness, and the cavalcade came into view. Preceded by the stout French men-at-arms and a number of armed men-servants. Directly behind them, and riding in front of a group of nuns, came the abbess. She was mounted on a fine white palfrey. Her habit was largely white, though she wore a black cloak. Doeskin gloves covered her hands, and she guided the horse with glittering scarlet reins. On her breast sparkled a large gold cross, and a rosary of carved gold beads hung at her waistcord. She sat very upright, in no way hampered by the full robes which concealed her figure and fell over the horse almost to the ground. Her attention was instantly attracted to the three young men under the trees. She raised her hand for the procession to halt, and said in a very sure, clear voice,
Is one of these gentlemen the Prince of Orange?
As she named the great heretic, the nuns shuddered and murmured. The men, though they had halted obediently, frowned. William came forward a pace from his brothers. His slight figure, partially armed in steel, sat motionless on his grey horse. He was bareheaded, and his hair blew across his forehead. Every line of his dark, tired face was clear in the unshaded sunlight. I am he, madame, he answered, and looked at her curiously. The abbess returned his gaze steadily. There was in her look the same serene steadiness as had sounded in her voice. She was very young, little more than a child, though the white framing her face, the demure nun's robe, gave her an air of gravity. Her face was quite pale and delicate, the features irregular and attractive, the mouth sweet, the eyes large, dark, beautiful, and wistful. There was a wistfulness in her tone when she spoke again.
I have heard so much of Monseigneur, even in our convent. I thank Monseigneur for his courtesy in allowing our passage.
When she spoke thus gravely in her pretty French, she was exquisitely charming. Like a child masking in an elder's gown, so little did she seem to suit her habit. We are but soldiers of fortune, madame, returned the prince. It is not for you to thank me. This is your country. An elderly nun rode up to the young abbess and quickly whispered to her that it was indecorous to hold converse with the champion of the heretics, and one going to join the rebels against the king. The abbess listened, without a blush, then again turned her serene, steady gaze on the prince.
I am Charlotte de Bourbon, daughter of the Duc de Montmorency and Abbess of Troyes,
she said.
So you will understand, Monseigneur, why I cannot longer speak with you.
William understood. The Duc de Montmorency was one of the hottest Catholic nobles, and one of the chiefs of the party against which Condé was struggling.
I have been an abbess since I was 12,
continued the nun.
and know very little of the world, but I may say, God keep you, and have no stain on my conscience.
Without waiting for an answer, she touched up her horse and passed on, the little train of nuns rapidly following. The prince was almost startled by the earnestness of the abbess' last words, which seemed full of vivid meaning. "Had she not been a nun and Montmorency's daughter," he said, "I should have thought she blessed us." "It is a sweet woman," remarked Louis, "that they have stifled in that habit." The prince watched the nuns go their way until the turn of the winding road had hidden them, then went back to the camp to go his way of exile and ruin and loneliness. He pulled at the hawthorn boughs as he passed, and thought of Anne of Saxony. "I certainly am not fortunate," he remarked with a sudden smile. "There is the future," said Louis hopefully. "Ah, yes," answered the prince. "The future and the past. In both there is encouragement. Though the present be sad, our task is clear before us, and we are young. And if we die young, God will be pitiful," said Henry gravely, "and forgive us our sins, because we were not wise." Louis thought of Adolphus, and of the inscription on the blood-sprinkled banner that had wrapped him. "Nunc aut nuquam recuperiat mori." William, too, had recalled his dead brother when Henry spoke. He believed that the coming years held the same fate for all of them, that neither they nor any who followed them would escape the end which befell those who defied Philip, the end which had already overtaken so many besides the young Nassau. But though the Prince of Orange was one who loved life, he was neither regretful nor afraid. End of section 38. The Abbess. Recording by Ricki. End of Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen.